ಪ್ರೀತಿತ
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasannidhanam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 I am as old as sun, as new as sunrise.
KAILASA is
the various incarnations happened, gave a breakthrough to consciousness and gave opening to the next level. My responsibility is to introduce new consciousness which manifests powers of Sadashiva.
As Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akada, the oldest apex body of Hinduism, I welcome every one of you. I have experienced Sadashiva in his completion, and he has empowered me to transmit that experience to all of you. It's my commitment to all of you. I'll make you experience and manifest Sadashivatva, powers and state and space of Sadashiva.
When you manifest powers, naturally the state of Sadashiva and space of Sadashiva starts manifesting in you. More power manifestation, more integrity, more unclutching, more nirvikalpa samadhi, more joy, more restful awareness, more responsibilism, more enriching, more bliss. This tradition has a capacity to retain its authenticity and originality. My purpose is to make this statement to the world. Hinduism is real.
Ideas move from mind to mind. Energy moves from space to space. Cognitions move from body to body. That is why even Sadashiva needs a body. He assumed the body because he needs body to transmit these cognitions to you.
Whatever I am doing is reviving the original science as expressed in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Vedas and Agamas of the Hindu tradition. Given by Sadashiva, received by Devi, adopted by Vishnu to run this universe is Agama. Agamas insist on us serving beyond our frame. Whatever experience, anubhuti I had by my Guru's grace, Atma Pramana, I do acid wash with Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, the ancient masters' experiences. Whatever finally stand, I share it with the world as Sakshi Pramana. I welcome everyone for the grand feast of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Let us go on contributing.
welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of KAILASA, KAILASA nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of KAILASA, KAILASA nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of KAILASA, KAILASA nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider.
Nithyanandam Paramasukatam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvaitam Jaganasadrikam Tatvamasyadilakyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Kailasa, Los Angeles and Kailasa, Seattle today offer our humble respects and pranams to the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam. We express our deepest gratitude to Swamiji, His Divine Holiness, for giving us this opportunity to be part of Nithyanandotsavam and Nithyananda Jayanti celebrations. We are so happy to present the program today from Kailasa, Los Angeles and Kailasa, Seattle. The theme of today's program is Smaranat Mukti. The right remembrance is liberation. It is said that if you are born in Tiruvarur, then you attain liberation. If you die in Varanasi, you attain liberation. If you worship in Chidambaram, you attain liberation. And even if you think about Arunachala, you attain liberation. And Swamiji has blessed Kailasa, Los Angeles with the energy and the power, the spiritual strength of Arunachala. And he said that Kailasa, the temple here, has the same power as the temple at Arunachala. And so for us, Smaranat Mukti means even something more. The right remembrance not only means remembering holy centers like Arunachala, but also remembering our Guru. Remembering the powerful cognitions. Swamiji said the constant remembrance of powerful cognitions leads to mukti. And what cognition is more powerful than the memory of our Guru, the constant remembrance of our Guru? When our Guru becomes the parking space of our mind, between every two thoughts, it is just him who is there. Then every powerful cognition that our Guru has taught us comes up at the right moment and liberates us. Every powerful cognition that he has put into our bio-memory comes up and it liberates us. So we are all fortunate to be blessed in our journey towards mukti, to liberation, to enlightenment by our Swamiji, and we are very grateful. We offer him our humble pranams. And so today, the entire program is offered to our Guru with the concept Smaranat Mukti. Great. So the very first event in today's program is we are going to have a very brief glimpse about LA and Kailasa LA and Kailasa Seattle. We will very briefly see a couple of videos about both these centers. Let's take it away.
Inaugurated in 2007 by His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple, Los Angeles is a growing spiritual ecosystem in the United States. As Tirtha Sthalam and Punya Kshetra of Nithyananda Sangha, this temple is the home of more than 50 deities, including some of the largest murtis of Rajarajeshwari, Venkateshwara, Sadashiva, and Parashakti. His Divine Holiness himself performed the Prana Pratishta and Kumbhabhishekam rituals during the temple's inauguration in 2007. With the blessings of His Divine Holiness, the LA Sangha has continued to maintain the temple rituals for the past 12 years, including offering daily Abhishekam to Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Linga, observing major Hindu festivals such as Mahashivaratri, Kartigai Deepam, Navaratri, Diwali, and many more, while also performing homas and other services typically offered in Hindu temples. The temple also hosts a variety of events throughout the year that contribute towards the enlightenment ecosystem. As the spiritual ecosystem in Los Angeles continues to grow, we invite everyone to experience the temple space and connect with the divine by sitting for daily satsang, pada puja, power manifestation, or by being a part of the various programs and classes offered by the temple throughout the year. As we look towards the future and realizing Swamiji's vision for Los Angeles to have a temple that is fully agamic and a hub for power manifestation, we also invite you to contribute towards the realization of this vision with your time, treasure, or talent.
Arudra Darshan is a Shaivite festival that celebrates the ecstatic cosmic dance of Lord Paramashiva in the form of Nadaraja Raja. Arudra signifies the golden red flame, and Shiva performs the dance in the form of this red flamed light, using which this universe was created about 132 trillion years ago. This festival is celebrated in a very grand manner across various parts of southern India, especially in Chidambaram Nadaraja temple. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, has blessed KAILASA, Seattle to carry and manifest the same energy of Chidambaram. Let's take a look at the celebrations that took place in KAILASA, Seattle.
Nithyanandam Paramasugadam
Great. Thank you so much. That was very beautiful introduction to both Kailasa in Los Angeles and Kailasa in Seattle. Today we have many offerings. The first offering that we have is what is called Uttamottama Seva. See, normally when pujas are done, there is different kinds of upachara pujas. Like Panchopachara is you offer 5 different things. Shodasha Upachara Puja is offer 16 different things. Uttamottama Seva is the highest offering that we can do to the divine. Normally, it consists of 64 different offerings, including all the highest we have to offer in terms of wealth, gold, dance, arts, singing, everything that is going on as we have this panel all through the day. That Uttamottama Seva will go on. And we will be able to bring a few glimpses of Uttamottama Seva. Just now, the Abhishekam of Uttamottama Seva finished. We were thinking of bringing some the Abhishekam to everyone, but it just finished. So we will bring other aspects of Uttamottama Seva throughout the day. Right now, we have it's my pleasure to invite a really, really distinguished panel to discuss exciting subjects today. And the subject is Guru. The first theme that I want to talk about is the Vedic civilization. Swamiji has talked about how the Vedic civilization is the preservator of science of enlightenment, the preservator of the science of achieving the divinehood. And that science, it is our responsibility to protect it and preserve it. And today we are going to discuss various aspects of this civilization that bring us together, bring various parts of us together to create this unified single civilization, how we can help the world, how we can involve the youth, and how the Guru is a core part of this Vedic civilization. So the first thing that I want to talk about is what are the different aspects of Vedic civilization that unites us. And before I go to that, I wanted to really introduce our distinguished panel. We have very accomplished people from various aspects of the Vedic civilization with us today. I'll introduce each one. First, we have Gokul Podialji. He is the president of the Pashupatinath Temple in Norwalk. He is very active in the Hindu communities here in Southern California and Nepal. And he is very involved in social services to help the communities through the temple. And we have known Podialji for a very long time. He's such a dear friend. And we are so glad to have him today. Welcome, Gokul Podialji. Thank you for coming here.
Thank you very much. Nithyanandam, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Preeti Talwar. She's the member of Soka Gakkai International, which is the most diverse Buddhist community in the United States, with more than 500 chapters and some 100 centers throughout the country. And SGI USA, that is this organization, is part of a larger SGI network, which comprises of more than 12 million plus members in over 192 countries and territories around the world. And I will invite Preeti ji. Thank you so much for coming. And in a little while, I'll invite her to say a little bit more about her tradition. And it is based on core Buddhist principles, but I'll invite her to say a little bit more after I introduce all the other panels. Thank you, Preeti ji. Welcome. Next, we have Baljeet Kaur. And she is a board member of Vishwa Hindu Parishad. She is also a member of the Redland area interfaith community. And she's today representing her Gurudwara as a member of Norco and Corona Interfaith. She is serving at the Sikh Gurudwara of Satsang for the last 3 years as teacher and secretary. She is also the vice president of Gopio of Inland Empire. And she served as the commissioner at the Redlands Cultural Arts Association. And now she's serving her current second term as the board member in the Museum of Redlands. Thank you, Baljeet ji. Thank you for joining us today. Third, we have Jyotish Guru, Dr. S.R. Shastri ji from Seattle. He represents the Sanatana Dharma Mandir in Seattle. Welcome, Shastri ji.
Thank you, Mukta ji.
He finished his master's degree from Maharashtra in 1998 with extensive knowledge in Vedas and astrology. He worked as a Vedic teacher in the Sri Krishna Sai, Satya Sai, Ganjan, Pratishthan in Maharashtra from 1998 to 2000. He is a member of the International Sandipani Ved Pratishthan organization in Ujjain, where all the international Vedic and spiritual gurus speak on Veda Vignan, astrology, and Hindu rituals. He worked as the head priest in New Delhi Sri Sanatan Dharma, where he implemented strategic ideas for improvement of temple. And we are very happy to have him here to represent Sanatan Dharma Temple in Seattle. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Finally, we have Suradas ji. Welcome. He represents ISKCON. He serves as the secretary and treasurer of the Interfaith Council of West Los Angeles, and he represents ISKCON Los Angeles on the council. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming here. It's our honor and pleasure to have you here. Great. So let's get started on the discussion. The first discussion that we want to start with is to talk about what is it. Right now, we have many people representing the Vedic civilization, right? We have Hinduism, we have ISKCON, we have Sanatan Dharma Temple, Gurudwaras, Buddhist organization. The first discussion I want to open up is to understand what is common among all our cultures, all our sampradayas. If we could call the commonalities, what would that be? And few things that come to mind for me. One is this idea of oneness, which is we are one with the divine, right? The divine, we merge into the divine, and the divine is us, and we are enabled by the divinity within us. This is an idea that all our sampradayas carry together. The second idea is the principle of karma and reincarnation, which means what we do actually comes back to us in some way. And we have to make sure that what we pay forward, what we do, our actions, our attitudes, our inner space, we hold it at the highest level so that we can pay it forward and we work towards that enlightenment, the enlightenment being our final goal. And the third aspect, which is I also believe is the strongly connecting aspect for all our sampradayas, is the idea of guru, that our guru can lead us to enlightenment. And I just want to open the floor now to ask others to chime in and say a little bit about what they feel in terms of what unites us in terms of the sampradayas. I'll first invite Shastriji to say a few words. Shastriji, are you able to unmute yourself?
हाँ जी मुक्ता जी, तो आपने सब्जेक्ट दिया है बोलने के लिए?
Yes. So, can you say that what is common among all the Sanatana Hindu Dharma and what is common among all the sampradayas? What is common among all the religions that came from Indian civilization?
हाँ, कॉमन सबके. Can I talk to Hindi?
Of course, please.
Okay.
जी आप हिंदी में बात कर सकते हैं.
हाँ, हिंदी में बात कर सकते हैं, हम समझते हैं.
जी, धन्यवाद. तो सब में आपने क्वेश्चन किया है कि सनातन और रिलीजन जो है उसमें समानता क्या है, राइट?
यस,
यही क्वेश्चन है. यही समानता का अर्थ एक तरीके से समझें तो देखिए, सबके लक्ष्य एक ही है, जाना सबको एक जगह है, क्योंकि हमारी कहीं से बिगनिंग हुई है और कहीं पे एंडिंग हुई है. ऐसा सोचिए कि घर के सीढ़ी है, घर में स्टेयर है, स्टेयर से जिस स्टेयर से हम ऊपरी हिस्से पे जा रहे हैं, उतरने के लिए उसी स्टेयर को हम इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, प्रयोग कर रहे हैं. ठीक उसी तरह सारे रिलीजियस अलग हैं, स्टेयर अलग हैं, लेकिन जाने और आने का जो जरिया है वो एक है. इसी को सनातन का अर्थ होता है जो पूर्व भी है, प्रेजेंट भी है और फ्यूचर में भी है. यही सनातन है. इसीलिए हर रिलीजन के पास दुनिया में लगभग 394 संप्रदाय हैं लगभग, और सबके पास एक अपना सिंबल है, सबके पास एक अपना मंत्र है. और विदाउट मंत्र, विदाउट सिंबल कोई रिलीजन खड़ा नहीं हो रहा है, कोई संप्रदाय खड़ा नहीं हो रहा है. लेकिन सबका जब लक्ष्य एक बात करें तो सबका लक्ष्य है कि हमारी जहां से बिगनिंग हुई है, हमारी एंडिंग वही होनी है. रास्ता हमारे अलग हो गए हैं, लेकिन सबकी मंजिल एक ही है और यही सबका उद्देश्य है।
थैंक यू जी। सो इस आपका कहना है कि मंजिल जो भी कहते हैं एनलाइटनमेंट और टू बिकम वन विद द डिवाइन, दैट इज मंजिल,
जी,
दैट path goal is the same but the path may be
सेम
different.
डिफरेंस, यस।
Great, thank you. So in this path I just wanted to ask a little bit, what is the role of the guru? And here I want to invite Preeti ji to say something. How do you see the role of the guru in this path towards enlightenment? And from your Sampradaya's perspective, you can talk about it and you can give us some thoughts. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank you all for bringing me to this panel. It is an honor for me to share the stage with such learned people here. I represent here Soka Gakkai International. That is the organization I come from. And as was mentioned in the introduction, Soka Gakkai International is a grassroots Buddhist organization which has 12 million plus practitioners in 192 countries and territories. This organization was set up in Japan. As we all know, Buddhism was founded by Shakyamuni, the Siddhartha. It has emerged from Hinduism. It is part of, Hinduism. And it shares all beliefs, like you said, oneness of mentor and disciple, karma that carries, or we all carry on in from our past life to our present life and will carry on to our next lives. How Guru helps you in reaching your goal of enlightenment are all the same aspects that are that we talk about here in this organization as well. For every religion, I think the first and the foremost thing is that every religion wants all human beings to be happy. And that is the goal of SGI as well, to enable every single person to become happy without exception. The main objective here is to focus that every person has the Buddha nature within them, and we all can attain Buddhahood. That was the first, I think, the wish of Shakyamuni that he shared. He thought that if he can attain enlightenment, why not everybody else? And that's when he shared and started sharing about his journey with others. It did not catch up much attention in India. It went to China, and from China, it went to Japan. In Japan, in the 13th century, in Nichiren Buddhism, Nichiren Daishonin, he translated all the Lotus Sutra. That is what we follow, the scripts into Japanese. And from there, in 1930, the organization was set up. And in 1960, our current president, President Takeda, he started this journey of Kosenrufu. Kosenrufu is a word that you'll hear me from me quite often, because that is world peace. That's what the main objective of this organization is, to spread about this practice and to spread about world peace in all across the globe. We chant Nam-myoho Renge Kyo. That are the 5 letters that we chant, and it is universal. No matter what language you speak, no matter where you come from, we all chant Nam-myoho Renge Kyo, and it has a meaning. Do you want me to share? If you allow me to share, I will share what exactly Nam-myoho Renge Kyo means. Nam is a Sanskrit word which says, I dedicate myself to the Holy Divine. Myoho is the mystic law, which says Myo means dharma and enlightenment, and Ho means the darkness. Both are together within us, good and the evil. They are part of everyone, it exists in every one of us. Renge is the lotus flower, which shows that, it cultivates the seeds right at that same point. So the cause and effect aspect is mentioned here in the word Renge. And Kyo means teaches, the word and the voices of all living beings. So Nam-myoho Renge Kyo is what we chant. And we, in our microcosm, we open our microcosm to the macrocosm of the universe. And we come into the energy of the universe and to our highest potential. And, we are in sync with the universe. That is what the concept is. And this can be attained by each one of us. Anyone can do it. So wherever you are, you do not need to change. Wherever you come from, you can keep doing what you are doing. But this is a philosophy that you can apply in your daily lives. And definitely, as you emphasized on the importance of Guru is a must. We have our mentors. We consider the third president, President Ikeda, as our mentor. He, from his own life, shows us examples as to, everything and anything can be achieved if you have the strong determination. And it is just to believe in yourself. You start with that determination, with that determined prayer, have a goal, and you will definitely achieve that.
That is so beautiful. Thank you for sharing. I just wanted to echo some of the things that Swamiji has told us about what we believe, exactly what you said. He says that, just like Shakyamuni, he says that I am not here to show that I am divine. I am here to show that you are divine. So Absolutely. It is the divinity within all of us that is there to bring it out to everybody, to show that we are all like, we can attain the same state as him. And it is a great quest that we are all part of. And just like what you said, Hinduism, or at least our tradition, believes the three parts, which is the Jagat, Jiva. Essentially, it's the Jiva's journey towards the Jagat is the world, and it's the Jiva's journey from where we are to becoming Paramashiva, the Paramatman. And those are the three important aspects, the three parts of the journey that we go through, which echoes a lot of similarities to what you are saying. So could you say a little bit more about Hariharan reminded me, the Jiva, Jagat, and the Ishvara. Can you say a little bit more about the relationship between the Sakyamuni as the ultimate guru? Do you consider the Sakyamuni as God or guru, or how do you consider that? And compared to the guru that you have right now, how do they relate?
Shakyamuni definitely, showed the world that, we all can attain enlightenment. It definitely, we definitely give the credit to Shakyamuni, but Shakyamuni in his time, that was the Satyuga, as everybody would agree with me. His teachings were apt at that time. At right now, where we are in the later day of the law, the teachings has transformed, and the right teachings are applied here in the later day of the law. I would not consider Shakyamuni as God. No, he definitely was the guru, and he had disciples. He had 10 disciples, along with him, who followed him. And this, when he was sharing his experience of enlightenment, it is called that, it is referred to as a ceremony that happened in the air. That is mentioned in the Lotus Sutra. And, those followers, they said, okay, now you want us to spread this Buddhism across on this earth? And he said, no. And the earth opened, and, little bodhisattvas emerged out of the earth. And we consider all of us as bodhisattvas of the earth, who took the vow at that time when Shakyamuni was sharing about his enlightenment, that yes, we are going to share about this practice across the globe, and our objective is to make everyone happy. And what I think right now is applied is the form of Nichiren Buddhism. Nichiren Daishonin was the person who started this practice in Japan. And it is so relevant as to what he wrote in the 13th century. We have a lot of publications, as every organization has. The moment you pick up anything, you are stuck, you feel that, oh, this is the situation I'm stuck in. You pick that up, and it was written 500 years back, you feel it so relevant, and you can apply it to your daily life. This philosophy has helped me definitely become a better person from where I started. it tells you how you can become a better person in your daily life. Apply it, how you can be better, how you can pray for others, how, always the focus before was me, I need this, this should happen, I should get this. But after you realize that there's so much of things beyond you, you can start with your prayers, you can touch anybody and anybody's heart. You can pray for anybody who's struggling, you can help them in their struggles, and you can all come together. You can pray for world peace in these COVID times, in such difficult times. The support we got from the organization was tremendous. Everybody came together, everybody was chanting. Even if you don't know the people, still you can, from your chanting, from your daimoku is chanting, those would be some terms that you might not be familiar with. From your chanting, you can reach you can transfer your energy, and they would respond you in the way you want them to. So again, coming back to your question, I would not consider Shakyamuni as God. I would not consider my mentor, President Ikeda, as God. He is the guru who is showing us the path to become better, to be happy, to spread world peace. Did I answer your question?
I think his connection might have frozen. Sri Mukta, are you there? I think he dropped off. So while he reconnects back, yes, Mapriti, yes, you did answer from how you perceive. I want to add to what you said. For me, God is something that personally everyone feels, right? And growing up in India, of course, in fact, I was indifferent. You can say I was not an atheist, but I was indifferent to what God meant. Basically, being an intellectual person, I don't know what God is, so I'm neither going to reject or accept it for what it is. But later on, since I've been with Swamiji for the past 15 years or so, the realization of God, what that concept means to me, kind of solidified, right? The Guru Mantra, where it says Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva, Maheshwara, is a way that that kind of solidified how I view Guru, right? So Guru, in a sense, not only shows the divinity in you, but actually explains what life is all about, and the purpose of life, and so on. So he actually shows, Guru, like shining the light to the ignorance about what God means by itself, right? So through him, I cognized what Guru means, right? So for me, that showing of what that is what defines me, that I not only have the divinity, but he's the one who showed it. And therefore, now I realize what God means. So for me, it feels that he is the God as much as I am, as much as I'm trying to live the divine life that he has shown us. So to me, it's kind of like it's one and the same for me. That's how I view it. Not having any cognition about what God meant before, now that's how I view it. So
that's
would someone else like to? Yeah.
I think I want to invite Suradas ji. Can you hear me? Okay. I'd like to invite Suradas ji to speak about his tradition, ISKCON, and what does Guru mean to him in his tradition.
Yes. You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this blissful Sangha. In ISKCON, our understanding is that the Guru is the representation of Lord Krishna, of God. And that by serving the Guru, one learns to serve God. Although the Guru is not God, he himself is the servant of God, pure servant of God. The perfection in life is to please the spiritual master, the Guru, by one's service and service attitude. We chant the Hare Krishna mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And this mantra means, "O my Lord, O energy of the Lord, let me be engaged in your service." No one understands to serve God. Everyone understands to serve one's senses, to serve each other at best, mankind, or to serve myself in the lowest. But real advancement of civilization, as Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam tell us, is to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So we don't know, and we can't just manufacture, how is it that we serve the Supreme? But the spiritual master comes, just like our Srila Prabhupada, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. He came to America in 1965 at the advanced age of 70 years old. He left Vrindavan Dham and came here to teach us who is God, who are we, what is our relationship, why am I suffering, and how to get out of the suffering. And he allowed us to serve him and engage in understanding service to God by serving the spiritual master. So in Krishna consciousness, in ISKCON, our belief is God is personal. Just like I'm a person, the spiritual master is a person, Krishna is the supreme person. Aishvaryasya samagrasya viryasya yashasa sriya, full in all qualities. And by serving the spiritual master with our heart and soul, we can understand how to serve God and be promoted at the end of this life to the spiritual abode.
Great.
Is that all right?
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that. Really appreciate the insight. And what you're saying is Narayana, the ultimate, that is God, and Prabhupada ji is the representative of Narayana on this earth, who has come to take us towards that Godhood and show us the way. That is the way how I'm understanding it. Thank you so much. So next I wanted to talk to Ma Baljit and invite her to say something about her tradition, her Gurudwara, and what they believe in, and the importance of Guru in Sikhism.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for giving me a chance to be on this panel. I feel fortunate to be with so many learned people. And as it's said in our religion, that your temple is where they're talking about God. So today, this is my Gurdwara today that we are in. All of us are here. And first, I will start with our prayer, or the Mool Mantra of the Sikh religion is Ik Onkar Satnam Karta Purakh Nirpau Nirvair Akal Murad Ajuni Sabhang Gud Prasad Jap Ad Sach Jugad Sach Happy Sach Nanak Hosi Pi Sach. That means we talk about who is God, like everybody is curious. We all want to reach to or connect to God, but what we should be looking at. So people try to make forms, different names or different shapes or whatever we have in our memory as humans. We try to create that and make that is the image of ultimate God. But as it said in our scriptures, that is a formless. You cannot make a form out of it. It's starting, and it's not in our knowledge how we create him. So be away from that, creating it, okay? So then we come to a beautiful verse about the Guru is, I will say, Ad Gur E Name, Jugad Gur E Name, Shri Guru Dev Name, Shri Sadgur Name, Shri Gurudev Name. So Guru is the teacher or the body the divine has put its knowledge into it to reach to us. So Guru is not a metaphor of a human being. It's a holy place where the divine has put its knowledge to pass on to people like us. So why Guru is different from us? The divine light is into every single person. Excuse me. How Guru is different. Like if we want to be a scholar, excuse me, I'm sitting quietly, so I think my throat is not trained yet. So we were sitting, like every single person has a divine soul, but Guru is special as we go to school to become a doctor or engineer or get the special education to become something, and then we become expert of that. And Guru is a person who has given its time and its energy and to learn about God. And so that way Guru is different, who has sacrificed their whole life to bring that wisdom to the people who are busy into other parts of life. So as a grasti, we are busy raising our children and earning living for our families and for the culture, for the society and everything. So we're doing that. And Guru is the one who gives us the knowledge in a nutshell. So that's why Guru is very, very important in everybody's life. So our holy book that we call it a living Guru, why we call it living Guru? Because it has handwritten writings of 6 of our teachers or gurus who lived and experienced in their lifetimes at different parts and aspects of life or different conditions in the world. And they faced that some of them were executed, some were like people didn't like what they were telling, and it was against some other religious teachings at that time, that this was not tolerated by other people. And the one thing that was very important in the culture, it was the equality. And equality at their lifetime was not easy to get, because woman was treated different, lower caste was treated different. So that was a big challenge for the society to give equality to every human being, including the nature, the creatures. And so then they put in the Holy Guru Granth Sahib, we have 13 Hindu saints and 2 Muslim saints and 6 teachings from 6 teachers from Sikh religion. And all together we worship it, and that is a one Guru for us now. So all the knowledge together is a Guru for us that we, you can say, bow to, we worship it. So as my colleagues are saying, that when you need something, you connect and you get the answers. And moreover, when we need something, we open the book and we get our answers. And everyday living is done with 5 different prayers that we do in a day, teach us a lot about how to become a human being. The Guru Granth Sahib is a knowledge of how to become a human being above everything else, and how we are related to the nature, how nature is so important. As they say, Pavan Guru, Pani Pita, Mata Tat Mahat. We are coming to that now. That Holy Mother, which is, we got Mahat means the most important or most should be the worshipped, is the mother, which is giving birth to all of us and protecting us living in this world. So all this knowledge, all this condensed knowledge, I will say, that we have people been obtaining from yugas and yugas, as you said, in Buddha religion and in Jain religion, there are people who are passing this knowledge person to person to person to person and reaching to the place where it is now. And so to give in a nutshell, it's we are fortunate that it has condensed to this point now where we are talking about it right now, that it's like in a nutshell, we are getting all this. And to us, like Bhai Gurdas ji, who is written some writings as it's considered a key to the Guru Granth Sahib. If you want to learn about Guru Granth Sahib, you have to learn about Bhai Gurdas ji. He gave a metaphor of a guru as a little seed. So the seed goes into the earth, spread its roots, and then it becomes a tree. It bears the fruits and leaves and everything, and thousands and thousands of fruit again. So in every fruit, there are thousands and thousands of seeds. So all these people, Guru is like a tree, which has grown to give us all the shelter and shadow and protect us from the worldly things, which a kind of Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Ankar is like same in every religion, that we have to protect ourselves from that. And so Guru kind of protect us from that, and it become like but it also multiply like the seeds. We people, or their as followers, or the Sikhs we call them, multiply like seeds. So it comes from a single seed as Guru is becoming a tree, and from tree, thousands and thousands of seeds. And then we spread, the knowledge is spreading to millions of people through different religions, different teachers, different gurus. And we are all coming to one platform here and talking about this. This is, I will say, the miracle of 21st century. And I will say this is a miracle of 2021. Hopefully this is going to go very far this year and bring the whole humanity on one platform and bringing the knowledge of our gurus, our teachers, and share with that. And then we will learn that we are all going to the same place. We are all talking about the same thing. As one time, Guru Nanak was asked by the followers of Farid when he went to Pakpatnam, and they asked him, are you a Hindu god, or are you a Hindu or a Muslim? Like, why you came to this place? Because that was a kind of a sangha of Islam. So the Guru said, when the God is one, how can be different paths to go there?
That's
so
beautiful.
The first one, Guru is holiness, or the ultimate God is one. We should all look at the humanity as one, and we should reach to that God as one. Thank you.
That is so beautiful. So beautiful. Thank you. I just want to take a quick pause now. We are in the Uttamottama Seva. We are in a very important part of the Seva called Aarti. And let's switch to the Aarti just for a few minutes, and we'll come back and continue with the panel discussion.
Ye bhutanamādhipatayo vishikāshaktabardhinaha ye anneshu vividyamti pātreshu pibato janān ye patham padirakshaya ailabudaya vjudaha ye tirthāni pracharanti sakavanto nishanginaha य एतावन्तस्य भूयागं स्वस्य दिशो रुद्रावितस्थिरे तेषागं सहस्रयोजने वसन्वानि तन्मसि नमो रुद्रेभ्यो ये पृथिव्यां ये अन्तरिक्षे ये दिवि येषामन्नं वातो वर्षमिषवस्तेभ्यो दश प्राचीर्दश दक्षिणा दश प्रचीचीर्दशोर्दीचीर् दशोर्त्वास्तेभ्यो नमस्ते नो मृडयन्तु तेयं विष्णो यस्य नो द्वेष्टितं भोजम्भे ददामि त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् यो रुद्रौ अग्नौ यो अप्सुयवोषधीषु यो रुद्रो विश्वा भुवना विदेश तस्मै रुद्राय नमो अस्तु तमुष्टुहि यस्विषुस्तु धन्वायो विश्वक्षयति भेषजस्य यक्ष्वा महेशौ मनसाय रुद्रं नमो बिर्देवमुसुरं दुवस्य अयं मे हस्तो भगवान् अयं मे भगवत्तरः अयं मे विश्वभेषजो युगं शिवाभिमर्शनः याते सहस्रमयितं पाश्या मृत्यो मृत्याय हन्तवे तान् यज्ञस्य मायया सर्वा नमयजामहे मृत्यवे स्वाहा ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय विष्णवे मृत्युर्मे पाहि प्राणानां घ्रन्दिरसुरुद्रो मा विशान्तकः तेनान्नेनाप्यायस्व सदाशिवम् ॐ तच्छं यो राभृणीमहे गातुं यज्ञाय गातुं यज्ञपतये दैवी स्वस्तिरस्तु नः स्वस्तिर्मानुषेभ्यः ऊर्ध्वं जिगातु भेषजं षण्णो अस्तु द्विपदे शं चतुष्पदे ॐ शान्तिः 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 ॐ सहस्रशीरुषा पुरुषः सहस्राक्षः सहस्रपात् स भूमिं विश्वतो मृत्वा अच्यतिष्ठद्दशाङ्गुलं पुरुष एवेदगं सर्वं यद्भूतं यच्च भव्यम् उतामृतत्वस्येषानः यदन्नेनातिरोहति एता वानश्च महिमा अतो ज्यायागश्च पूरुषः पादोऽस्ये विश्वा भूतानि त्रिपादस्यामृतं दिवि त्रिपादूर्ध्वौ उदयेत् पुरुषः पादोऽस्येहा भवात् पुनः ततो विश्वं जक्रामत् शासनानशने अभि तस्मात्
Great. That was so beautiful. Thank you for showing that. Just to let the panelists know, this program is actually being watched by thousands of people worldwide. And so we are showing them everything that is going on at the temple today, including the Uttamottama Seva, along with the panel. So thank you for being here to share this with the whole world. And I was going back to what Baljit Ji was saying. I mean, it is so beautiful that the tight connection between the guru and the teaching. I mean, like she was saying, each guru is a seed within all of us, which sprouts inside us to make us divine and creates 1,000 more people who are divine. So such a beautiful metaphor that she used. Part of that is this idea that Guru is not just the Guru in the body alone, right? There is 3 parts to Guru that Swamiji always says. It's the Guru, the Sangha, the teaching of the Guru. That's like Buddha used to say, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. And similarly, we believe that the Guru is the Guru's teaching, and also the Sangha that the Guru creates. So I wanted to invite Gokulji to say a little bit more about his temple, and also the Sangha that he has created, and the Pashupatinath temple, a little bit more about that. Let's start with that.
Namaste. First of all, thank you very much for giving us opportunity to introduce our temples and ourselves about what's a Pasupatinath, and what's a we believe on the Hinduism, what's a we believe on Sanatan Dharma. And then in terms of the Guru in our religion, in our belief, as we grow up in Nepal, every people who has a birth, who came in a world, they're having a Guru. When they came to the world, they have a mother as their Guru. They have a father as their Guru. That's the way they every individual having a Guru in every step of life. When they grow up, they go to the school, they got a teachers, they're the Guru. But the thing is, we have to follow what Guru means. Guru, the one who give you the perfect life, who give you the recognition, who give you the what you are, what you want to be. This is all one by one step. That's what we believe in. Guru is a very, very, very dedicated thing. And I was concerned about earlier, the Pritiji mentioned about the Sakya Muni, about he following the him, but he doesn't believe he's a God. That's I believe he's a God because of that's why she following him. That's why she was coming up the different terminology on a Buddhism, and then she still follow that to recognize herself to being a good people, but she doesn't want to admit I'm following to the God. That's also the wrong, I believe, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. This the thing is, that's why every in our Hinduism, Lord Vishnu come up with as a Gautam Buddha, who is a Sakya Muni, and then this is come with we believe in our Hinduism. The Lord Buddha is also the part of the Hinduism. And then he come from the Hindu family. He's from the Nepal. He's from the Sakya Muni. Sakya Muni is one of those, the caste in our Nepal is from Newari culture. This is still, they are a Brahmin. He was a king's son. And when he has everything in his life. When he go outside one time, he see the people who had to die. And he feel bad. And he feel like, why that happened? And he feel, it's something we gotta do. It's not right. That's what means he come up with a feeling. No, how we can never die. When you don't want to die, that means you have to have a purify yourself. You have to have a humble. You have to have a honest. You have to have a peaceful. You have to have a kindness. You have to have a self-control woman. That's what only he can be the Guru. To be a Guru means when you choose the path to be a Guru also, it's called Satkarma. It's called you have to have earlier mentioned, some of those speakers already mentioned that, when you control your calm, when you control your growth, when you control your love, when you control your moha, when you control your ankar, that means you purify by everything. If you can do all, then we go from the human to the goddess page. That's what called, I believe. If you can control. See, until that we cannot control, we have a family, we are still then we are consider ourselves as a human being. Once we purify every step of our life, and we're gonna be God. To be a God, you don't have to go nowhere. Every individual has a God. That's why we believe in a Hinduism. That's why we believe in a Sanatana. Because every individual come up with a parents, means they have a God. Because their parents, their God, they care so much. Maybe the face and thinking is different. But if you close your eyes and pray to somebody, means you dedicate somewhere your mind, your soul, your feelings to achieve things which you don't have. Whenever you have some problem, oh God, why we say that? Because it's spiritually in your heart, on your soul, on your mind. Because you want to protect. And who you protect? That's why in our religious perspective and value, we always feel God is very important in our life. God is a second path of the Guru. That's why when you believe on a God, you believe in your Guru. And when you believe in your Guru, even they kill you, do you think any Guru gonna kill you? No, because you blindly, he's gonna support you, he's gonna protect you, he's gonna give you the all thing he has to you. That's what we call pure Guru. And to be a pure Guru, I already mentioned you have to be humble, You have to be honest. You have to be very peaceful of your mind. You have to be very kind. You have to be very respectful. You have to be very much self-controlled. And then you have to be giver, not the taker. That's called Guru. That's why this is our value. And that's why I give you the very humble request. Our temple is in Norwalk City. We've been representing it's like in a whole LA area in Southern California. Only the one temple is a Nepali temple that's called Patrinath and Buddha Mandir, because we believe Buddha is also the part of Hinduism. That's why this is we believe, and then this is believed in all over Nepal. That's why we are telling you, even though Buddha Dharma we count, when I out of my country, then I feel like, oh, this is some people are practicing Buddhism as a different religion, but we always grow up. No, Buddha Dharma is also part of the Hindu Dharma. That's what we grow up on that kind of culture. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you, Gokul-ji. That was so beautiful. I think like Shastri ji said before, we are all, the starting is the same and the destination is the same, and we are all taking different stairs to get to that final path. And it is great for us to walk together and understand that we all have a common tradition. We all are coming from the same place and going to the same place. And thank you for sharing that. One thing that I heard that I wanted to say a little bit more is about, we believe, at least from our tradition, we believe the importance of the Guru being in the body. And I invite Hariharan. Hariharan, I haven't introduced him before. He's the Mahant of KAILASA in Seattle. And as such, he's responsible for all the spreading of all the signs of enlightenment in Seattle. And so, Hariharan, I welcome you to say a little bit more about the importance of Guru in the body.
Definitely. Thank you, Sri Nitya Muktananda, for giving an opportunity for me to share what I feel. Definitely, I feel one of the most important aspect of Hinduism, and also from a perspective of one's own spiritual growth, it is very, very important for one to have a guru who is living in the body, because we have a lot of scriptures which actually say about how gurus have lived in the past. We have a lot of scriptures or sutras that actually talk about, how one should live, or what is the state and the space in which the gods and goddesses, the devas, actually live. But we never get an opportunity to actually see them live right in front of our eyes unless we have actually met a guru who's living in the body. Because when you actually meet a guru who's living in the body, you literally see them face all the challenges that we think we face in this lifetime. And with the amount of completion and the space of possibility that they actually handle these situations, it gives us the hope and the confidence that, any situation, be it in life, my guru is actually living by it right in front of my eyes and showing it as an example. So, and he is also telling me that I can do it, so I will be able to do it. So that sort of completion and confidence is what a guru installs and instills in us when we actually see him living right in front of our eyes. And that's why I think it's extremely important to stay connected with a guru who is in the body. So he is the Shakshi Pramana for all of us to literally live and show the ideal way of existing in the planet Earth, given the current conditions and at that point of time.
Great. Can you say a little bit more about, I think Swamiji's talked about ideas go from mind to mind, but cognitions actually are transferred body to body. Can you say a little bit more about that and the physical presence? What does it mean to you? Can you say a little bit more about your, what does it mean to you, personal experience?
Definitely. As you just said, right, the ideas that we actually get from a lot of scriptures, it is very easily transferable when we just read that. But cognitions is what we actually imbibe and becomes part of our lifestyle. So any powerful cognition that we get will be immediately reflected in the way that we actually live. And that, I think, happens in the best possible way when we get initiated by a living master. The initiation, the physical touch of a master, of a guru, when that happens, that kind of dissolves all the karmic baggage that we have been holding on to, all the preconceived notions about life, about ourselves, about the world, all the different patterns that we have accumulated in our life so far. And that immediately gets nullified, which literally means we are given a new birth. And I will be more than happy to actually share a very beautiful experience of me experiencing that with Swamiji. I was in Bangalore attending a 21-day program with Swamiji. And on the very first day of the program, we had the opportunity to go right next to him and get his physical darshan with his touch. The moment he touched me, he hugged me to welcome me and make me feel comfortable. And the moment he actually hugged me and gave me the initiation, I felt the extreme love and oneness that I have never felt in my life before. At that few seconds, I felt there was nothing in this world other than just me. And when I see Swamiji, I was seeing me. When I was seeing people around me, I was seeing me. I could literally feel the oneness just with that one simple touch and one simple hug of Swamiji. And I think that is what is the cognitive shift or the cognition change that a guru can actually transfer when he can physically touch and initiate us. And that actually shows how important it is to, at least from my experience, how important it is to have a guru who's living in the body, and the importance of being around his physical presence and getting his touch, which makes our spiritual journey and our enlightenment experience in a much, much, much faster rate than what we could have achieved by trying it ourselves.
So essentially, you're saying that at that moment of touch, the Diksha, the enlightenment experience is actually transferred to the disciple so that they can experience it. That's very beautiful. This is actually an interesting topic, the topic of initiation or Diksha. And Diksha is some very common theme in Vedic civilization. I wanted to ask Preeti ji, how do you think about Diksha, and is Diksha an important part of how you practice Buddhism now?
First of all, I would like to address what Gokulji mentioned about Shakyamuni. Again, it's his belief and how he perceives Shakyamuni as God. But for us, he was just a guru who spread his teachings and shared his way of enlightenment with his disciples. And what we are doing is based on his teachings. We consider him as our guru for sure, and we respect him with all respect. But we do not worship him. We do not consider him as a god. Based on your question, Diksha is something which is passed on from the guru to the followers to attain Buddhahood. That's what we term it here, is chanting, what we chant. So based on your chanting, it is so powerful that you can bring your life force to the life force of the universe. You can have the immense power that anybody else has. It is all within you, the good and the bad. The God is within you, the universe is within you. You have to empower yourself. We practice here with the kind of faith, practice and study. These are the three pillars for Buddhism here. You have to have a strong faith in whatever you're doing. You have to practice sincerely, and you have to study to apply those principles to your daily life and see the results actually in your life. That is what we practice here, and that's how we can change our lives. We say that you have to see and seek good in everyone. We pray for our happiness and for everyone's else happiness. You have to have good thoughts, good words, and good actions. Create causes for a better future. Focus on present and future. So Diksha, I do not think is anything aside from chanting and doing your own human revolution. Human revolution here again would, I would term it like a karma that we have, and how we can change our karma in the present life to have a better future, to have a better future life after this life as well. When we change, the world changes around ourselves. The key to all change lies in our inner transformation. A change of our hearts and our minds is what we work on. We start with a prayer, with a solid prayer, with the determination, and after that, we take actions to make it happen. So Diksha here in our practice would be just chanting and following these principles.
That's great, because one of the key ideas of Diksha is direct connection with that divine. And what you're saying is through chanting and following the teachings, that is how you achieve the direct connection with the divine. That is very much, I think, what I heard Baljit also saying. Now that the gurus, what they have left behind is the teachings and the Guru Granth Sahib and the teachings, especially written in their own hands, and directly connecting with that is now your way of getting Diksha. I invite Baljit to say a little bit more. I just don't want to assume, but am I right in assuming that directly connecting with that Guru Granth Sahib is a way of getting Diksha, or is there any other way of getting Diksha also?
Yes, Diksha is something that's given from the Guru to the disciples. So when we go to the temple, we do the kirtan. We get together, we do the kirtan from only the Bani or the writings of our teachers or our gurus, okay? Or all the gurus which are included into the holy book. That includes Hindu saints or Muslim saints, okay? So after that, we give a prasad. We call it prasad, that is distributed to all the people who have attended the ceremony or the congregation that day. And also there are different steps and paths that you take and where you want to be. And the ultimate goal is to obtain the God, or I should say to learn about God, to reach to the God. And there is we call it Amrit. And if you really want to join that part of the Sikh religion, you have to be baptized. That means you have to be with the 5 kakars that you wear, and you will see a lot of people wearing that. And otherwise, if you don't want to go into that direction, or that is called the warriors of the Sikh religion, if you don't want to get into that direction, then you just live your daily life and your congregation, you go to your congregation and you kind of get the blessings every day by listening to the words, the singing, because the whole Guru Granth Sahib is written in ragas, and melody and words together with the beat of the musical instrument kind of make a beautiful impact on your body. It vibrates the whole inside and out, as we do with the mantras in Hindu religion. So chanting, as Ms. Patalwar was saying, that is also has the impact. So that's what we do. That is our blessings.
That is so beautiful. Like there is this draws a parallel to in Hinduism from what we believe. There are 2 kinds of yoga. One is Shashtanga yoga, one is Ashtanga yoga. Shashtanga yoga is originally developed by Shiva as a way to transmit knowledge through initiation, through the touch. And so there it is just important is to prepare ourselves to receive the knowledge directly from Shiva or his avatar who is present on this earth. Then when the avatar is not present for a long period of time, now what do we do? Then there was this Ashtanga yoga that was created, which is 8-path yoga. And there is also initiation, but the focus is more on practice. How well you practice, exactly like what Preeti and Baljit said. How well you practice, how strongly your intention is, how strongly you put that into practice, and the technique that you use. that is what takes you to enlightenment, as opposed to the diksha, direct diksha itself. So beautiful. Both these paths are very beautifully represented. I think Gokulji wanted to say something about Guru. Can you please share what you had to say?
Namaste again. I mean, my concern is, thank you very much again. I mean, my concern is, like, when you believe on the world's oldest book is the Vedas. When you go to the Vedas, there is the Guru's Upanishad. You can review on those Upanishad. It says very clearly, if you believe on the Guru is like you don't have to have anything to accomplish your achievement. The Guru, when you close your eyes, you imagine anything. That's also the Guru, because there is a Guru on our belief in our religions, Pelu and Sanatan. Vayu is a Guru, Agni is a Guru. You talk every element of your life, which can make you change, which can make you the achievement. That's called all Guru. And that's why the Guru is not only you have to have a person. Guru is the imagine where you can respect, where you're gonna feel the change by heart, by emotions, by everything. That's gonna believing. That's gonna make you change in your life. Then you receive the enlightenment in your life. Without Guru, you cannot receive your enlightenment. Doesn't matter. You have to feel that by heart, by soul, by mind, and by body. Then you can achieve your Guru's perspectives. Without Guru's wishes, you cannot be success in your life. That's why every stage of life, when you get married, that time you have your life partner. Then you feel that life partner is my Guru. Then each other's gurus for each other's. It doesn't mean anything in disrespectful, like in culturally, some people has a feeling, okay, my wife cannot be my Guru, my husband cannot be Guru. This is the thing. Like when you're teaching something to anybody, then you are reacting as a Guru. When you're learning from somebody something, you are getting as like a chela, like you receiving the Guru's Vani, Guru's Upachad, those all based on the Vedas. That's why there's so many Gurus in our life. I already told you before also. That's why we call very heartily. Again, I'm talking to the Preetiji again. There's a branding thing. I'm a student from the business. I'm going to tell you one thing, very small example in her life. Like she believed, the Lord Gautam Buddha is not a God. I want to tell you her one thing as a humble request. See, when you using someone's brand, suppose I'm from the business terminology. If someone's trademark, if I use it, then I'm going to get punished, because Nike has one trademark, and I'm going to publish and accomplish in my business on Nike's trademark. That means she's still following the route from the Hinduism, but she doesn't want to accept that. Oh, he's also the goddess. His belief can make me change. Keep chanting. Chanting is a process to purify you. That's it. If you do not do that continuously, you cannot purify yourself. That means we just talk. Chanting is a habit. Have a good habits in a life. It's kind of chanting kind of make you to change in your life, because you want to be changed. Some of those, we've been so much busy in our life. Everybody busy. If we really, even if you go to our Bhagavad Gita, there's pretty much, if you go to the Lord Krishna, tell to the Arjuna, okay, do the things which is right. Never hurt nobody. Just do your karma and don't accept your result. Don't expect, oh, I'm getting something to do something. That means, that's for the reason, every religion, wherever you go, the Guru is you have to feel that by heart, by mind, by soul. He's my God. If you don't feel that, then you cannot achieve the success in your life. That's why even the oldest book of the whole world is the Vedas say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing what you said. I think the key thing I can say on behalf of everybody here is we are not here to emphasize on our differences, but to talk about what our similarities are. So we're not trying to here to prove somebody is right or wrong. It is just to share what we believe and how we live our life. So I think thank you for sharing your point of view. But one thing I can see that we all are sharing commonly is that one thing I find it very beautiful is that we all have the direct words of our Guru available to us. Gokulji, could you just mute your microphone? There's a little bit of feedback coming from you. Thank you. So yeah, so the one beautiful thing I notice for all of our sampradayas is that, like, if for Sikhism, we actually have the direct writings of the Guru available without any change. Same thing with Prabhupada. For ISKCON, we have the direct writings available, and same thing in Buddhism, we have the direct words of Buddha available in writing. For our sampradaya, we have Swamiji. He is there in person to tell us. So I think that is a great blessing for all of us, that we can all share, that without any dilution, we have the direct words of the Guru available to us. And so whether we have the Guru in the body or not, we have their teachings to guide us to the next level. And I think Shastriji wanted to say something. Shastriji, please. Yes, please go ahead.
सभी को फिर से नमस्कार। और सभी की चर्चा मैंने सुना, अपने प्रीति जी हैं, बलजीत जी हैं, अपने जो बुद्धा टेम्पल से, पशुपतिनाथ मंदिर से भी हैं, आप सभी को फिर से नमस्कार। और स्पेशली जो बात हो रही है कि गुरु की, तो हम लोग इस बात से एग्री क्यों नहीं करते हैं कि कौन भगवान है और कौन भगवान नहीं है। प्रश्न ये नहीं है, प्रश्न ये है कि आपने किससे क्या सीखा, आपने आपके लाइफ में किसने क्या दिया, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। वो भगवान है नहीं है इससे प्रश्न नहीं है। भगवान का परिभाषा भी क्या होता है? भगवान का परिभाषा तो यही होता है, अगर आप में भगवान का परिभाषा है भगवन, 5 चीजों से भगवान बनता है। भ में भूमि है, ग में गगन है, व में वायु है, और अ में अग्नि है, और न में नीर है। ये 5 तत्व हैं, 5 एलिमेंट्स हैं। और ये 5 एलिमेंट्स बनकर के भगवान बनता है। तो व्हाई नॉट, हम क्यों नहीं किसी गुरु को हम भगवान के रूप में देख सकते हैं। अगर उसी रूप में, उसी में हम, हमारे से ही 5 एलिमेंट से शरीर हमारा बना, तो 5 एलिमेंट से फर्क क्या है? अब ध्यान से समझने वाली बात है। हम लोग बिलीव करते हैं कि हमारी माता, हमारे पिता, ये सब गुरु के रूप में शिक्षा देते हैं। लेकिन आपको ध्यान है कि माता पिता गुरु के रूप में शिक्षा देते हैं, जीवन जीने की कला सिखाते हैं। लेकिन जीवन जीना ही एक कला नहीं है, इससे कुछ और होना है हमको, इससे और कुछ पाना है हमको। हम जो हैं वो होकर हम नहीं आए हैं। आप जानवर को देखिए, आप एक गऊ के बछड़े को देखिए, जब गऊ बच्चा देती है तो 5 मिनट के बाद वो बच्चा उठता है और रन करने लगता है, दौड़ने लगता है। यानी कि उसका दांत भी होता है, दौड़ता भी है। आपने कभी, यानी कि उस जानवर को जैसा होना था वैसे पूर्ण होकर आ चुका है। हमें जैसा होना था हम पूर्ण होकर के नहीं आए हैं। हमें बहुत कुछ होना है, हमें बहुत कुछ होना है। इसलिए तो हमारा जन्म होने के बाद, हम 9 महीने के बाद हमारा दांत आता है, 12 महीने के बाद दांत आता है, हम 8 महीने के बाद, कोई 9 महीने के बाद, कोई 10 महीने के बाद चलना सीखता है, कोई 2 साल, कोई 4 साल, कोई 1 साल, कोई 5 साल में बोलना सीखता है। यानी कि हमें जो होना है हम हो के नहीं आए हैं, तो हमें बहुत कुछ होना है। तो जीवन को जीना कैसे है, ये अगर हम माता पिता से सीखते हैं, समझ में आ रहा है। माता पिता संपूर्ण ब्रह्मांड, ये भी समझ में आ रहा है। लेकिन हमारे ग्रंथों ने चिल्ला चिल्ला करके कहा है कि गुरु का डेफिनेशन है, गु का मतलब है अंधकार और रू का मतलब है प्रकाश, जो अंधेरे से प्रकाश के तरफ ले जाए। तो इसका मतलब क्या है? हम कौन से अंधेरे में डूब रहे हैं? अंधेरा वही है, अगर मैं अपने आसपास जो कुछ भी देख रहा हूं, अगर मुझे लगता है यही संपूर्ण जगत है, तो नहीं, इससे परे भी कुछ है, इसके बाद भी कुछ है। और उस बाद वाले चीज का जो दिखाने का काम है, उसे बताने का काम ही गुरु का है, जिसको कहते हैं परमात्मा के शरणागति। हम वो शरणागति करते हैं। और शरणागति जब तक नहीं होगा, शरणागति का मेन लक्ष्य तभी आप देखिएगा दुनिया में जितने भी रिलीजन है, धर्म है, सबने दो बातें की है, हेवन एंड हेल, स्वर्ग और नरक। लेकिन हिंदू धर्म में या हमारे गुरुओं ने एक चीज बताई, वो तीसरी हट के बात की है, जिसका नाम है मोक्ष। मोक्ष का अर्थ होता है कि फिर उसी से हमें मुक्त हो जाना, जिस चक्र में हम हैं उससे मुक्त होने की क्रिया का जो प्रोसेस कराने वाला है वही गुरु है। और ऐसे गुरु को हम कैसे न, तो हम एक बात मान कर चले, गुरु किसी भी रूप में हो सकता है। ऐसा नहीं है कि बुद्ध गुरु नहीं है और बुद्ध भगवान नहीं है, निश्चित रूप से भगवान हो सकते हैं। ऐसा भी नहीं है कि नानक भगवान नहीं हो सकते, नानक भगवान हो सकते हैं, क्यों नहीं हो सकते। नानक 3 दिन के बाद नदी से बाहर आते हैं, और जो नानक नदी में जाने से पहले थे वो 3 दिन के बाद जब नदी से बाहर आते हैं वो नानक नहीं रह जाते, वो नानक कोई और आ जाते हैं। और 3 दिन के बाद जब वो पहला शब्द नदी से बोलते हैं वो जपजी का होता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारा जीवन जो है विदाउट गुरु के हम नहीं है। गुरु जानते हैं क्या करता है, एक हारमोनियम बजाने वाले के पास एक लड़का गया और पूछा कि मुझे हारमोनियम सीखना है। तो गुरु जी ने पूछा कि क्या तुम हारमोनियम सीखे हो पहले? बोले हाँ, मुझे सारे गामा पादा निसा स्वर आता है। गुरु जी ने कहा ठीक है, तुम्हारा हम 1000 रुपया लेंगे। गुरु शिष्य ने कहा, उस लड़के ने कहा बाकियों से तो आप 500 रुपया फीस लेते हैं। तो बोले हाँ, तुमने जो सीखा है पहले उसको निकालने का 500 लेंगे और फिर अपना नया सिखाने का 500 लेंगे, क्योंकि तुमने अधूरा ही सीखा है। तो तुम्हें क्या लगता है, हम जितने भी पैनल में लोग हम सभी बैठे हैं, हम कोई परफेक्ट नहीं है, हम सब अधूरे हैं और अधूरे खोज में भटक रहे हैं। और इस अधूरे को पूरा करने का यहाँ काम ही सच्चे गुरु का होता है। इसलिए हम हर किसी को भगवान के रूप में देखना, जो हमें अधूरा को पूरा करता है वही तो गुरु है। और उसी पैनल पर हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं। तभी हमारे यहाँ का देखिए एक और बड़ी बात कही गई है, दुनिया में एक और बात कही है। देखिए हर जगह हमारे यहाँ कहा जाता है कि गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरु देवो महेश्वर, यानी कि हम गुरु, ब्रह्मा का मतलब है सृजन क्रिएशन, विष्णु का मतलब है पालन ऑपरेशन, एंड शिव का मतलब है डिस्ट्रॉयर। दुनिया में जितने भी संप्रदाय हैं सबने एक की बात की है, सृजन की। लेकिन हमारा जो शिव है, शिव ने सिर्फ डिस्ट्रॉय की बात की है। और एक बात ध्यान से समझना, जब तक तुम टूटोगे नहीं तब तक तुम बनोगे नहीं। और गुरु हमें पहले तोड़ना सिखाता है, और तोड़ना किससे? तो अंधकार से। हमें अंधकार से तोड़ता है और जोड़ना किससे? तो प्रकाश की तरफ, परमात्मा के शरणागति के तरफ जोड़ता है। इसलिए गुरु इंपॉर्टेंट है। और जिस पर हम लोग चर्चा करने बैठे हैं, हमें लगता है कि किसी भी रूप में किसी भी समय में अगर हम गुरु को ही अगर हम सब कुछ मान लें, तो निश्चित रूप से ये तीसरी शब्द जीवन में मिलता है, मोक्ष। और मोक्ष का मतलब क्या है? न स्वर्ग और ना ही नरक। मोक्ष, स्वर्ग का परिभाषा किसे आप स्वर्ग क्या कहेंगे? हेवन क्या है? हमें आज हमारे बॉडी को ठंड लग रही है, हमने गर्म कपड़े पहन लिए, हमारे लिए स्वर्ग है, सुख है। और हमारे को अगर कोई कष्ट हो रहा है तो हमारे अनुकूल जो भी हो रहा है स्वर्ग है, जो हमारे प्रतिकूल हो रहा है वो हमारे लिए नरक है। लेकिन हमारे गुरुओं ने एक तीसरी बात कही है जिसका नाम है मोक्ष। मोक्ष का मतलब है जहां से हमारी, अब मोक्ष का मतलब नहीं कि मरने के बाद ही मोक्ष होगा। मोक्ष का मतलब हम अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को अगर सही ढंग से फॉलो कर रहे हैं, पूरा कर रहे हैं, वही मोक्ष है। एक बाप के लिए जिसकी बेटी बड़ी हो गई है, उससे शादी करनी है, वो जिस दिन उस बेटी की शादी कर लेता है वो बोलेगा मैंने गंगा स्नान कर लिया, मुझे मुक्ति हो गई, मेरी बेटी की शादी ठीक हो गई। यानी कि अपने जिम्मेदारियों को फॉलो करके ही मोक्ष होता है। और अंतिम मोक्ष जो परमात्मा की शरणागति है वही गुरु देता है। और उस जीवन के हर एक कदम पर उस गुरु की आवश्यकता पड़ती है, क्योंकि चलना है तो भी गुरु चाहिए, बोलना है तो भी गुरु चाहिए। बोलना कैसे है, किस तरह बोलना है, क्या बोलना है, ये सब गुरु के ही कारण होता है। इसलिए हमें अंधकार से प्रकाश की तरफ ले जाने का काम गुरु का है। और मैं सभी पैनल को कहूंगा कि बुद्ध भी भगवान है, नानक भी भगवान है, महावीर भी भगवान है। क्योंकि अगर ये भगवान नहीं होते, और राम भी भगवान है, कृष्ण भी भगवान है, शिव भी भगवान है, अगर ये भगवान नहीं होते तो फिर इनसे हमें सीखने की आवश्यकता क्या थी? फर्क क्या है? हम अपने आप को उस तरह, हम अपने आप को अपने आप में गुरु मान के बैठ चुके हैं, और ये हमारा ही जो मानना जो है, वो मानना ही हमारे अंधकार है, और गुरु का काम है इसी अंधकार को तोड़ना और प्रकाश के तरफ जोड़ना। यही गुरु की परिभाषा है। और ऐसे में ही हम शिव को प्रणाम करते हैं, जो हमें पहले खंडन सिखाते हैं और खंडन के साथ जुड़ना। आप देखिए, अभी हम देख रहे थे कि सुंदर भव्य एक नटराजन की मूर्ति का हम लोग दर्शन किए, आनंद आया। आपने कभी सोचा, हमने कभी सोचा कि कैसे बना? बनने से पहले उसको तोड़ा गया था, उस पत्थर को तोड़ा गया था, और तोड़ने के बाद ही क्रिएशन हुआ। ठीक उसी तरह मुझे कुछ जीव बनना है तो पहले टूटना होगा, और तोड़ने का पहला काम गुरु का होता है, जो शिव है, और जोड़ने का दूसरा काम ब्रह्मा का है। ऐसे में हम सभी सदगुरु को प्रणाम करते हुए, और गुरु की परिभाषा हमें ऐसे ही समझना चाहिए। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ फिर से आप सभी को प्रणाम, और प्रीति जी आपको भी, और अपने पशुपतिनाथ से जो मंदिर है उनको भी प्रणाम। बलजीत जी आपको भी प्रणाम। आप सभी ने बहुत अच्छा किया है, और मुझे लगता है कि गुरु पर ज्यादा जोर होना चाहिए।
Beautiful. Thank you, Shastri ji. I just want to translate what Shastri ji said to in English so that the larger audience can understand. And Shastri ji, if I say something wrong, please correct me. I think what he said is, there are three functions that God performs, which is creation, sustenance, destruction. But in addition to those two, Shiva performs two other functions, which is putting us into Maya and liberating us. So those are extremely critical part of what a guru does. And हमें पूरा करना, मतलब हम अधूरे हैं, we are all incomplete. Make us complete is the role of the guru, and to take us into that light is the role of the guru. So anybody who is not complete themselves cannot take us to that light. So if anybody who does take us to that light, they have to be divine themselves, is what Shastri ji is saying. And anybody can be a guru. Our father and mother can be guru. Anybody who come in contact with our life can be guru. They can teach us something about this world. And there are some gurus who take us beyond this world to enlightenment, which is his point. Great. Thank you so much. I wanted to move on to one very important part with Baljit ji said, which I think all the gurus here are, we respect, share, that this idea of sacrifice. The guru has sacrificed so much for us. So I really wanted to start with Baljit ji for her to share on how much the gurus in the Sikh tradition, how much they have sacrificed to bring that knowledge to us. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yes. As my colleague was just saying, that Shiva is the one who break us and start again. So in Sikh religion, we also believe in that. They said, "Pehle maran kabul kar, jeevan ki shad aas." First, you have to understand that we are going to die. And that is our ultimate, that everybody is going to die. Whoever came into form has to go. And also, when we talk about the Sikh religion, the kakars of Sikh religion also start from that point where as we were born. So keep the body, keep everything as we were born. So that's why we keep the Kesha, and we give importance to other things, the holiness of the body and the holiness of our spirits. And from going from there, we have to really understand in Sikh religion means life, if it's not making any impact, if my life can be used for something to teach somebody, it's valuable. So only just living, and as we say sometimes that we eat to live, and some people live to eat. So there's a difference between that. So we are here, we eat to live, and if our body will go, that is okay for us. It's not like we are not going to live here forever. So as the whole, there is a historical event that happened in our ninth teacher's life when Aurangzeb was converting everybody to Islam. And he wanted to bring one religion in India, and that like everybody should have one religion. He will be able to rule the people better that way. So that was his thinking process. A lot of people have that process, that if there is a one religion in a country, it will be better for them to rule the country. So when that was happening and all the Hindus were forcefully or with some bribery were converting into Islam, or some people really enjoyed Islam. I'm not debating on that, how people convert into Islam. But when it was done forcibly, then the Brahmins came to Guru Tegh Bahadur and they said, this is what's happening, and that means we will not exist anymore. So everybody has to, we don't know how to fight. We are Brahmins, because as we were talking about teacher, this is another aspect of teacher. What do you need to learn? Your guru will only teach you, mother can teach you how to cook and how to survive. A father can teach you how to live in this life and make money and be a provider for your family. But if you want the spiritual, the divine, then you have to go to the divine guru, who will take you the path and which is above and beyond of everything else. So when they came to Guru Tegh Bahadur, somebody told them there is a holy man who is living and we should ask for his advice. When they came there and they said Aurangzeb is going to kill us. So Guru said that when you will go above and beyond of the fear of dying, only then you can survive. So you have to accept that we all have to die, no matter when and how, but we have to learn how to live, and that will be our survival. And they said, some of you, like holy man, has to go there and teach that to Aurangzeb. And they're sitting there, then the 10th teacher, Guru Gobind Singh, who was only 9 years old at that time, and he said, why you're sad? And he said, this is the situation and our survival is in our 10th. And somebody has to die. Somebody has to teach people that death is not so fearful, that if you want to die, if you can die for your belief, then the person will get tired of that and they will give up on killing you. So he said, who can be holy than you? You are the holiest here. So he actually gave permission to Guru Tegh Bahadur that, okay, I'm old enough to understand what's going on and I will take over and you can go and teach them how to die now. So Guru Tegh Bahadur, was a holy man, went there to Aurangzeb and he said, okay, if you want to kill, I'm ready to die.
Wow.
So I will die for my faith, right? So this is how the sacrifices that he sacrificed, he was executed there. And so people thought, oh, okay, death is not that bad. It's not that important that we have to live. The important is that we have to live with our faith. So everybody stood up and people got together and they said, okay, we are not going to convert to Islam and we were ready to die. Kill how many you want to kill. So that changed the whole history of the martyrdom.
Amazing. That is such a beautiful story and it's so inspiring. Thank you. And I think this is a very topic that is very close to my heart, the sacrifices that gurus make for us, not just for preserving the teaching, but also for enlightenment of people. There is a story in Hinduism where Shankara is one of our greatest gurus, and he is meditating in the forest when there is a Kapalika who's a particular kind of creature, and they attain spiritual enlightenment only by sacrificing other people, animals and people. And if they sacrifice an enlightened master, they actually attain enlightenment. So he comes to Shankara and says, now I have to kill you and for my enlightenment. And then Shankara says, if it's for enlightenment, I am ready to die. So it is that level. They're like, gurus are ready to die for enlightenment, to give enlightenment to other people. And I know that a lot of gurus faced persecution also, especially Prabhupada in the US and other places. So really, Suradas ji, if you could share a little bit about sacrifices made by Prabhupada ji and in ISKCON, please, I would love to hear more about that.
Yeah, Srila Prabhupada taught us that to sacrifice one's life for serving the spiritual master in Krishna is the perfection. In 1975, we were in Sridham Mayapur in Bengal, and Prabhupada gave a lecture. We were there, and he said, I just asked my disciples to sacrifice 50 more years in spreading Krishna consciousness. Sacrifice this life for 50 years. So that was 1975. We've only got to go until 2025. And then we fulfilled that sacrifice. Point is to sacrifice one's life. Srila Prabhupada sacrificed his life, paradukkha dukhi. His sadness was seeing people suffer. And his happiness was seeing people chant and dance and take up spiritual life. So in this way, the spiritual master makes the ultimate sacrifice. He gives up his family, he gives up his enjoyment, and he takes up Krishna's mission of making everyone Krishna conscious, God conscious. And this is the ultimate sacrifice. Srila Prabhupada came to this country penniless. He had, I think, 70 rupees when he got off the boat in 1965. And he was sacrificing so much. He was living in Vrindavan, very happy and peaceful and chanting. But he sacrificed everything to fulfill the mission of his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, to spread Krishna consciousness in the English-speaking language all over the world. And so Srila Prabhupada came for the first year. There was nothing. No one was coming. Srila Prabhupada saw there was snow on the fences. He thought someone whitewashed, painted the fences white. He had never seen snow before. And finally, some people started coming. They were sacrificing their time and energy. And gradually, now there are hundreds and hundreds of temples all over the world due to Srila Prabhupada's sacrifice. So the Guru, he sacrifices everything, and he asks the disciple to do the same. Sarva dharman pratyaja mamekam sharanam braja. Give up everything and surrender to me, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita. So the disciple also, he or she is surrendering everything to the spiritual master in Krishna. And by such surrender, one actually gives pleasure to the spiritual master, the predecessor, and Lord Krishna himself.
Wow.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. That's a great view of time. Actually, I want to invite Sri Prematma, Ma Prematma Swami, who's a sannyasi of the Nithyananda order, to speak about Swamiji's sacrifice. The persecution is one of the biggest things that all gurus face. And I know all the gurus have faced persecution and so much they have given up. And so if Mahaprematma Swami, if you can share Swamiji's sacrifice, all that he has sacrificed to accomplish his life's mission, please, for others, for enriching others, really would appreciate.
Nithyanandam, and thank you again. Yes, actually, would not know where to begin. It is not just the mere number of hours that Swamiji has put in reviving a place for us. Like, you know, when we see what a guru can give to somebody's life, the knowledge or enlightenment or healing, different things that we see and we've heard. What Swamiji is doing and is creating is a home for us, a place for us, for Hindus, which we do not have in all the countries in the world. There is not a place, a country which has Hinduism as a state religion. All that Swamiji has gone through from the initial days, from a very young age, reviving the whole Hinduism to be practiced in a very authentic way. He had to go through a lot of attack and persecution in every single dimension, in every single aspect of Hinduism that he was reviving, whether it be the authentic rituals, whether it is the women that were empowered. In every aspect that he was reviving, bringing it back, he was attacked very, very, very hard way. So the sacrifice that he has gone through, it is not only the name, the false attacks that were created on him through media, through lawfare, and finally even to all that he has created with his hard work for the last 40 plus years. He had to give up even all of that just so that he can create a home for us. So to have a place with political legitimacy for Hindus, to have that, for us to have that, he has to give up his own home. And I'm actually just how to put it in few words, the kind of sacrifice that Swamiji is doing for us as humanity as whole, as Hindus, and every one of us, devotees, disciples of Swamiji, know that how much time he spends on each individual's transformation, whether it is providing taking care of his sannyasis, all the Kailasa Vasis, or the devotees, or the Hindus, or the humanity at various degrees. Swamiji gives his time, energy, life in providing, whether it be enlightenment or whether it be one meal, attending to every detail, sacrificing at his own cost, doing the tyaga, everything for us. I'm just like pretty much I'm trying to grab the get the words to tell in a few words as to how can I even put in words the kind of tyaga that Swamiji is doing for us. It is just mind-boggling, and he's ready to go through anything in spite of the persecution that he is going through from all kinds of dimensions, and whether it is lawfare, whether it is media attack, in every possible way. Nothing has stopped him. That is the best thing, is like nothing can stop him. He has decided and he is committed and integrated to every single one of us. And as Swamiji himself said, just because he has given us the Diksha, just because he's given us the initiation, he's so committed and integrated in leading us to enlightenment. That is in the angle of enlightenment, but providing a home for us, the whole of Hindus, creating a nation. And even in creating that nation, we can see how much of attack he is going through, but he has not stopped. Nothing can stop him. So just wanted to share that, Mukta, just in a few lines. I'm actually
I know it's very difficult
which
to
dimension
share the
to
story. I just wanted to put what you're saying in perspective. that we've heard stories over, of all the gurus, like starting even Krishna, right? Krishna faced so many persecutions against him, so many false accusations, people were against him. And Buddha faced so much opposition in his life. All the gurus, Guru Nanak and all the Sikh gurus, they constantly were being attacked. So this attack is a we read it in stories, but with Swamiji, we have seen it face to face happening in front of us. And that is why we are able to see it so clearly and know that all the attacks on all the gurus are true, because we have seen it. Thing is, when somebody tries to do something great, they are attacked exactly at that base. Like, for example, Swamiji, one of the biggest things he's trying to do is create gender equality in religion, right? For example, allow women to practice as priests, allow women to be monks. This is a sampradaya which was there a long time ago. He's reviving it. And for that, he has been attacked in very bad ways, right? When somebody does something great, they are attacked at the root of what they are trying to do. So all the negative things that are being said in the media, all the negative things that are being accused of, all those we know are false. It's primarily because he is trying to help women, primarily because he's trying to help everybody, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, anything. He says, look, everybody is divine. Let's help them be divine. And the ultimate sacrifice he's done is giving up, not even giving importance to his life, putting his life at risk to preserve the science of enlightenment. That is the ultimate sacrifice that Swamiji is doing. And this brings us to the next topic. And now I invite Kumar Swaminathan Ayya to talk about it. And Prematma Swami spoke very briefly. How do we preserve the science of enlightenment that all our sampradayas represent, whether it's Buddhism or Jainism, whether it's ISKCON? How do we now, Shaivism, Sikhism, any Vaishnavism, any of us, how do we now preserve the science of enlightenment? How do we keep it in a place where we can practice it authentically? Kumaraya, if you can speak a little bit more about that.
Sure. If you look at how current countries, nations, states exist, how it came to exist and function, they all started with the intention of protecting the people and the way of life, right? And so you asked about how do we protect our lifestyle. The best way to illustrate that is to look at the current countries, like at the political system and how they function. They tend to do everything and they have nothing to do with oneness, right? Anything they do is about dividing people. There is communism, capitalism. If you look at the political parties, it's labor versus union, liberal versus conservative, and so on. And what that means is having such a duality is very fertile for people to assume extreme positions. And it's very evident in the current state of affairs in the US, for example, right? Especially you looking back at 2020, you would think that such a pandemic would unite people and bring the oneness within everybody, but it actually ended up dividing right down the middle the people, and it did not protect the people at all, right? In more than one ways. And then there are some countries they thought of the solution as being secular, right? Like in India, I would say, and their hands-off approach is actually even for it resulted in even worse. Saying things like they're all the same, but completely missing the point of oneness, and that also doesn't work. On the other hand, the only way the Vedic lifestyle that talks about the oneness principle, the life positive lifestyle, is the only way every one of us can achieve the true freedom, the swatantra that Swamiji always talks about, right? And it goes beyond the man-made boundaries of what's right and what's wrong, what the society teaches us, the man-made laws, and so on. While at the same time, it's inclusive of all of those as well, right? And however, as long as civilization existed, asuras and evil existed as well, right? And that's why, it's basically the fear in every one of us that wants to destroy the goodness. And we do need to protect ourselves so that we can grow the enlightenment science and perfect it and share it with others. And Swamiji has been have gone down this path for the past few years for the establishment of the nation Kailasa, a borderless nation. And in his vision, he clearly outlines how can we achieve such a nation. And if you look at how does one achieve such freedom as a nation for people of every belief to live like a Hindu, right? How do we do it? It's not by conquering land. It's not by converting people. It's not by any means that actually divides the people in any form. On the other hand, he is talking about how we can achieve our legitimacy in every aspect of lifestyle. And the legitimacy and respect that we can achieve by living as an example through our actions. We can live within our home, at our temples, at our gardens, how we grow organic food and eat a vegetarian lifestyle and so on. That's how we will achieve our legitimacy. Our Vedic principles are far above and beyond the man or society made rules, right? If you make a mistake, the way of prayachita is a lot more than punishing people. And that's just one example. There are so many ways in which our Vedic lifestyle, the Vedic principles, is not only inclusive of any law or principle that any country follows, but it brings the people together. And that's why Swamiji has been working tirelessly and sacrificed a lot in forming the nation of Kailasa. And for the generations to come, for the humanity to live, and this Vedic lifestyle has to be preserved, protected, and allowed to not convert people, but to change their cognition about what life is all about and allow them to live the fullest possible extent they can and achieve their purpose of life.
Great. Thank you, Kumaraya. I think one of the key things I wanted to add to what you said is, today, the world is living on the principles of duality, right? In the sense that there is no idea that we are all one. And this is the fundamental principle I think all the Vedic cultures and all these religions, Vedic religions, are built upon. When the problems of today's world are created based on duality, the solutions cannot be based on duality also, right? The solutions, if they are based on duality, will only cause more problems. I think that is why we need a nation where the principles of living are based on the oneness principle, on us, the basic principles of Vedic civilization. I think that is what Swamiji is trying to say. Let us go do this experiment. Just like how United States was created as an experiment in democracy 250 years ago. I think time is ripe for us to go create this nation as an experiment in oneness, in preserving based on the Vedic sciences. If you look at up to 1200 AD, the Vedic civilization was actually the highest GDP in the entire world, about 40% of the world's GDP. And no other country since then has been able to match that level of output. So we know that our civilization based on these principles is going to do well. It is just having the courage to go preserve that science, preserve the science of enlightenment, and create a nation based on it. So I want to open up in the discussion to everybody. You can chime in and say, how do you think, what is our best way forward to preserve the science? I know that even in many different countries, there is attack on the sciences. In many countries, I know some countries where yoga is banned. I know countries where ISKCON is banned, right? And recently, I know they had a big struggle in Russia to build a ISKCON temple, and the Russian government didn't give approval. In fact, they razed down the ISKCON temple that was built in Moscow. And I know that even in India, on the holiest temple in Amritsar, where the Guru Granth Sahib is kept, the police and the army attacked, right? I mean, that's a gross violation of the most sacred things we hold. So obviously there is no safe place where our religious rights will be respected. I just want to invite each of you to say something about that, and how can we preserve what is important to us. I'll start actually with Baljit ji if you want to say something, and then Surdas ji if you want to add. Just a quick, let's make it a quick 1 minute discussion each, and then we can move on to the next.
It's the base of the Sikh religion is to give equality and freedom to everybody. So this is where we started from, because the time frame that we are talking about, 15th century, when there were a lot of invasions, and actually the Mughal Empire was established in India. So equality is very, very important. And sometimes people say, oh, we want Khalistan, we want our separate nation and all that. You reach to the point where you want freedom. You want freedom of speech, you want freedom of worship, you want freedom to live as a human being. So that is the most important desire of every single creature. And if you're living somewhere and it's always attacked by different political groups or different, you can say, philosophies, then it becomes difficult for a person to breathe. So I understand when I'm not in favor of that, but like I understand when people say that. So it is also very important for us to understand that the main desire of a human being is to be independent and freedom of speech, freedom of living. And also all these things that we have created religions for that, and we believe in certain religion, a certain way of life, and that will be a religion. And also there are a lot of rituals that we practice to obtain that which is taught according to our particular religion. And we have to understand that a lot of these rituals that we do every day is kind of connect us to our religion. And also these are cultural needs of that particular area where that religion was born, and also where it's living right now. So people practice in a certain area where already was a culture existed. So a lot of our rituals came from existing culture to our religion, but because we were practicing and we became so firm on that, and this is the way the life is. So if we go back and study a little bit about our rituals and see why we are doing this. A good example, I don't want to explain that in this session, is that why do we cremate and why do we bury? All the religions which came from Middle East, desert, they bury. And all the religions which started from civilization like India, where there is a lot of vegetation, a lot of people living together close by, we cremate. So there is a reason for these two rituals that we do, and then we relate that to the religion. If you're Muslim, you must be buried. If you're Hindu, you must be cremated. So if we start looking into that, and then we will understand that it was not a matter of fighting with each other. It was a matter of hygienes. It was a matter of the necessity of the time that we were in. So I think it will be very important that we understand and we revisit our religions and we stop fighting on these minor issues with each other. And the second thing that we talk about is that we are saying when we go from above that, yes, it is important that we should have individuality in every culture. So our politics and religion is coming together. Yes, some places state and religion is separate, like in Western countries that got a great success in all Western cultures. They advanced through that, but now again the religion is coming into politics. So when religion and politics goes together, then it becomes a difficulty for other religions which don't go along with the existing religion. The belief, it will be very convenient for a king if the whole country believes in one religion. Unfortunately, in India, it's not possible that we will, because it's a country that is 5,000 years old or maybe more than that. And it's not possible because we all develop into small clusters and we all live in small clusters and everybody has different beliefs and beliefs. And so that way it is difficult. I understand that it will be very interesting to see this experiment, and experiment is always good, and we would like to see that, how that will happen.
Yeah, one thing you said was something very important, that in India, there are so many clusters, right? I mean, if you think about India, we think of Hinduism or the Vedic religion as a monolith. It is actually not. So many different parts of it, each of us believe something different. I believe that in India, more than the persecution of minority religions, the persecution of minority groups within Hinduism is worse, much worse. That is not visible to the entire world. When I talk to the world, others outside, they'll say, why do you say you're being persecuted? 80% of India is Hindus. I say that that's not true. It's like 80% maybe Hindus, but there are 550 sampradayas and 1,000 sampradayas, and the number of sampradayas that are being violated and they're persecuted is much more than anything else put together. I think this is the key thing, right? I mean, we are moving so much towards secularism as a religion that we are threatening the religious life of people. Secularism is great in some areas, but to enforce secularism on other people who want to believe in religion, that is making secularism into a religion, is what I feel. And that is happening in many countries around the world, which is very worrisome, at least in my mind. I mean, destroying churches, like destroying the ISKCON temples in Russia and other countries, is very worrisome for me. And not allowing people to practice Diwali in India. It's like the most fundamental thing, having crackers is the most fundamental thing that we do in Diwali, and not being able to do that is a fundamental violation of people's rights. And that is why I think we need a place where legitimately we can have complete religious freedom according to our scriptures. That's very important for us. We're quickly running out of time. I just wanted to talk about one last topic, which I think is close to the heart of all of us. It is about youth. How do we help youth understand? How do we bring youth into the fold? And at this point, I want to invite, there are a bunch of youth in our community who are waiting to join this panel, and I invite them to join. They're in the waiting room. Great. So I open this panel for everybody to say, like maybe Suradas ji, if you can go first, and say, how do we bring youth into our temples, and how do we get youth to participate? How do we work with our
in our ISKCON society, we brought the children of Krishna, the next generation of devotees, by giving them the opportunity to lead kirtan. They do kirtan in the temple, and they love kirtan. Our children of Krishna, they're not children. Some of them, my children, are 30, 33 years old, but they love kirtan. And wherever they are, whatever they're doing, They may not agree with ISKCON. They may not like the bureaucracy. They may not agree with the elders, the senior devotees, but they all love Kirtan. We went to the Burning Man festival, and we brought 50, 60 what we call Gurukulis, kids that attended the Gurukula in their youth. And we were going around chanting everywhere, not doing anything else except chanting. And all the kids, all the 15, 20-year-olds were completely absorbed in participating because they love to chant. They love to chant Krishna's name. They love to play the musical instruments, mridanga, harmonium, kartala. And they love to engage in that particular seva. So we find that we engage the youth, not necessarily by giving them the organization at this point, but by giving them the Kirtan leadership. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, culture and music is a great way for everybody to participate, whether you believe in principles or not. So I fully agree with you. Preeti ji, this is something I know that one of the things in this world is number of people who call themselves spiritual but not religious is growing. And also Buddhism in that is growing very fast among youth who call themselves spiritual but not religious. Can you say something about how do you talk to the youth and how do you bring youth into into practicing Buddhism?
Yeah, thank you for bringing up that question. Youth definitely gain a lot of importance in our organization. As you rightly said, this philosophy, it's not a religion, I would say, just to clarify everyone. I practice this Nichiren Daishonen's philosophy of Buddhism. And it is spreading like a wildfire, like you said, across the globe. Many, many young people are coming in and joining because, you know, the kind of impression that mostly people have about religion is that you're going to get bound in the boundaries. Here, this philosophy gives you the wings to fly. You know, no matter what language you speak, as I just mentioned, everybody chants the same. Everybody has the same end goal of world peace, of spreading happiness for oneself and others. We all work with each other and help everyone, you know, grow. If one person has a problem, the whole group is chanting, you know, for them to overcome that situation. Even when hurdles come, life is full of, you know, ups and downs. Hurdle comes, everyone takes it as an opportunity to polish their life and to learn from those experiences and become a better human being, become even stronger with those challenges that come their way. In Buddhism, it is also said that there is no coincidence. Everything happens for a reason. Today, I'm here sharing this practice with you all because there's a reason behind. And, you know, without any reason, nothing happens. And emphasis is mainly laid for youth. We have many discussion meetings, study meetings at all levels, at chapter-wise, unit-wise, region-wise, where we invite most of the youth. People come and share their experiences. They share, answer the questions for people who are new, who are joining this practice. And there are no judgment made. You are not, judged from where you come from. Everybody is welcome. And the kind of energy, the kind of, the happiness that is in the meetings can be easily seen by a newcomer who comes and attends the meeting, even if on a Zoom call, like, you know, for this year, it has always been on live, but it can definitely be seen and transferred to the other person. It is so evident. youth are given much importance because they are going to take the baton from here on and take this practice forward. So yes, President Ikeda definitely has written many books and study material, basically answering and focusing and keeping the youth in mind. So yes, for every religion, I would say every sect, whoever wants their religion to be carried on needs to focus on the youth, and that's what we are also doing.
So nice. Thank you so much. I invite now Shastri ji to say a little bit about in your temple, how do you attract youth to the temple and to participate in the temple?
फिर से आप सभी को नमस्कार। और यूथ को हम लोग सर्वप्रथम देखिए 3 चीजें होती हैं। आप किसी भी व्यक्ति के संस्कार में परिवर्तन करने हैं तो चाणक्य कहा करते थे कि आप 3 चीजें बदलिए। आप 3 चीजें बदलने होते हैं। 3 चीजों में होता है वेश, भाषा, भोजन। हम 3 चीज जब तक नहीं बदलेंगे, हमारी सोच, हमारी क्रिएशन नहीं बदलेगी। तो हम लोग बच्चों को फ्यूचर ओरिएंटेड माइंड बनाते हैं। फ्यूचर ओरिएंटेड माइंड का मतलब है कि वो फ्यूचर क्या है। जो भी व्यक्ति, क्योंकि मेरी अपनी जो सोच है, मुझे लगता है कि जो भी व्यक्ति पास्ट में सोचता है, वो मेरे नजर में अगर वो 20 साल का है, 20 ईयर का है, 25 ईयर का है, तो मेरे नजर में अगर वो पास्ट में सोचता है तो हमारे नजर में वो 70 ईयर का है, 70 साल का है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति 70 साल का है, 70 ईयर का, और अगर वो फ्यूचर में सोचता है तो मेरी दृष्टि से वो 25 साल का है। तो यूथ को हम कंसर्न नहीं कर रहे कि यूथ इन्वॉल्व हो। हम प्रयास करते हैं और हम लोग सभी, हमारी टीम प्रयास करती है। एज ए मैं प्रीस्ट और एज ए मैं चेयरमैन हूँ इस संस्था का। मैंने इस संस्था को शुरू किया था 2007 में यहाँ पर, और दोनों जिम्मेदारी है मेरे ऊपर। तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं सबको एक फ्यूचर ओरिएंटेड माइंड बनाता हूँ और उनको एक विजन देता हूँ कि जीवन में आपका लक्ष्य क्या है, आपको जाना कहाँ है, करना क्या है। तो जीवन के छोटे छोटे कार्य के लिए भी आपको एक प्लानिंग होनी चाहिए, और वो प्लानिंग हम लोग एक संस्कार के थ्रू, रिलीजियस के थ्रू, या उसको कैसे कहें, आपकी एक मंत्र चैंटिंग, मेडिटेशन, योगा, इस सब के थ्रू उनको हम लोग माइंड से स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाते हैं ताकि वो जीवन में कुछ कर सके। फिर से प्रणाम आप।
Great. Shastri ji, if I can say what you said in English for everybody's benefit. Basically, what Shastri ji said is, he gives the youth a future, a vision of the future, where they can go, how they can be, and how Hinduism will take them there. And that is how he brings people into that. So I wanted to bring in Mother Shalanika. Her name is Teresa. Used to be Teresa, now it's Mother Shalanika. She's a graduate from UCLA. And I would want her to share why she is part of this Sangha and what attracts youth like her to be part of this Swamiji and part of Swamiji's Sangha.
Hi, Nithyanandam and Namaste. My name is Mata Shalanikananda. Contextually, I come from a background of Catholicism. So I grew up as a Vietnamese Catholic my whole life. And I was always a seeker. You know, I always had a relationship with God. My mom's there and she's very connected to Lord Jesus. And so I grew up in a relationship with them, with the Roman Catholic background. But I felt like I didn't get the experience that truly confirmed my understanding about existence in God. And that's so pivotal because throughout all my years of growing up in school, I was never taught the lessons and solutions about life, how to experience and have powerful cognitions on solving everyday's issues. And it wasn't until I finally came across Swamiji, my guru, and also generally Hinduism, because I also studied ISKCON like temporarily too, such as experiencing kirtan, attending satsangs at like the LA temple in for the Hare Krishnas. But yeah, for me, it wasn't until I finally experienced the depth of what Swamiji was teaching me personally, and receiving the experience through his initiations and his meditations and the words that he gave to us, I was able to become more powerful. And there's such a difference between understanding things logically versus experiencing it. For Hinduism, I began to experience the depth of what God was. And God was just not this man that I had to pray to, but God was an experience of oneness. And so that's why I'm here today as a devotee of Swamiji.
Could you say a little bit about when you say experience of oneness, how did that happen to you and what kind of experience what did you experience that made you feel that is oneness? Yeah, it was in the very beginning, I met Swamiji in 2017. 2017 of December. And my experience with him, it took a few months or so, because in the very beginning, I'm just receiving the understandings of what Hindu Dharma is, what existential truths are, like what is Advaita. So I was understanding that, okay, like there's a soul in every single person, but I truly didn't experience it at the level of like from the heart, from the depth, until deep meditations, through darshans, through initiations, through a very deep level of detoxification, and really being taught how to eat food and how to breathe and do pranayama, and doing a lot of seva. Seva does a crazy, beautiful, like miracle to the body and to the soul to awaken the deep intelligence of the body. And after a whole year of complete detoxification and listening to the golden truths that Swamiji delivers, I was able to understand that God was this moment, this life, and that everywhere I go, like God is there in an animal, in a human, in the breath that you take. And so it's a whole experience of oneness when everywhere you go, you're living enlightenment because God is there. God is this, it's indescribable. And it's an experience that people and gurus could share with you, but it isn't until a living enlightened master like Swamiji could actually deliver that experience to you. So you know that you are also that guru, and you are also that golden truth that's within inside of you. Wow, beautiful. Thank you. And I'm so sorry that we're running out of time. These are such beautiful topics. We can talk so much more, but I'll make that the last word in this panel discussion. I really want to thank all of you who are here, such distinguished panelists: Preeti ji, Baljit ji, Surdas ji, Kumaraya, Hariharanaya, Prematma Swami, Shastri ji, Gokul ji, especially thank you. So thank you all of you for being here, enriching this panel for such a wonderful discussion. This discussion, I think, will be online. If you want to share it with others, we will share the link with you, and you can make it available to others if you want. So thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. If the youth panel can stay on, the others can log off. And I really sincerely appreciate, thank you all for coming here and enriching this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for inviting. It is delightful.
My pleasure. The youth, this is a great opportunity for us while we wait for Swamiji. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. I think we are waiting for Swamiji. We are waiting for the word. Just give us 1 minute. This point. But thank you for being here.
तो आप रुके कि चले, अब रुके थोड़ा सा सुने.
Of course. Yeah, please. Thank you. Yeah.
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and
is meditation, connecting with the divine. With your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
கைலை இறையென உரைபவன் அருணையில் பெறவே திருப்பதம் தனில் அடியவர் சாத்தி மகிழ்வுறும் பாமாலை. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. அகமே நிறைந்த எம் அண்ணாமலை வேந்தனே, ஜெகம் போற்றும் எம் ஆனந்த நித்யனே, சாற்றும் இப்பாமாலை ஏற்றமை காப்பாயே. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சலம் தந்த வரமே அகத்தினில் அமர்ந்தே அருள் தரும் நித்யானந்தா. குருவாய் மலர்ந்திங்கு உணர்வாய் கலந்த மக்குயர்வாழ் வழித்திடும் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. புவிமேல் பிறந்தது எதனால் என்பதும் அறியா பதர்யாம் நித்யானந்தா. துதிப்பாடிடும் வரம் அளித்தே குறைதனை களைந்தாய் கணம் தனில் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய
Nithyanandam. Today is the 6th day of the Sri Nithyananda Utsavam, the 44th Avatara Dinotsavam celebrations of our beloved Swamiji. On this 6th day, We are celebrating entering into the revival of Shaivam part of the 20-day Brahmotsavam for His Divine. Shaivam is one among the Shanmatams in the Hindu Sampradaya, in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The presiding deity of this matham is Sri Paramashiva. Paramashiva is beyond the form and the formless. He assumes various forms to protect and bless the devotees. Each form of Paramashiva is associated with a Leela of Paramashiva and manifests special powers and blessings. Worship of each of the forms of Paramashiva through various rituals that Paramashiva himself has revealed in the Kriyapada of the Agamas manifests various blessings in our lives. His Divine Holiness Swamiji is reviving the matham of Shaivam through all the temple traditions. The presiding deity in all the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devasthanams is Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva. Bhagavan is reviving the temple sciences from the source book, the Srimad Kamika Agama, and building temples for Paramashiva around the world. Today, on the 6th day, His Divine Holiness Swamiji's deity is gracing in the Alankar as Yamantakar, the manifestation of Paramashiva, who ended Yama, the Lord of Death. Paramashiva manifested and slayed Yama to save his devotee Markandeya, who even in the clutches of death held on to the Paramashiva Linga. His Divine Holiness Swamiji has revived the Kashi Sarvajñapita on the banks of the Ganga in Varanasi. This great Sarvajñapita is adjacent to the most ancient Manikarnika Ghat, where Bhagavan had the ultimate experience of conquering the death fear. After such profound clarity and experience, Bhagavan, in a surge of ecstasy and gratitude, went down to the Ganga and sprinkled some sacred water on himself and took the waters in a water pot. He took some ash from the fires burning in the Manikarnika Ghat, applied himself, and gathered all the puja items and went straight to Kashi Vishwanatha temple and offered his worship and puja. And there, after having conquered death, Bhagavan saw Vishwanatha simply alive in the temple. All these sacred experiences and sentiments are the seeds Bhagavan is sowing for the revival of the great city of Varanasi, a city where the Vedas sing as the place where one will receive moksham if they die there. To revive the ultimate possibility of enlightenment that one experiences through conquering the fear of death, Bhagavan is reviving the Kashi Sarvajñapitam. The Kashi Sarvajñapita is the ultimate seat of learning and the repository of all knowledge of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and is verily the center of Hinduism. In the Kashi Sarvajñapitam, a huge library of Hindu books will be available for anyone to come and find the answers to their questions on death and finally experience the conquering of death just like Swamiji has done on the banks of Ganga in the Manikarnika Ghat. His Divine Holiness Swamiji, from the earliest years of his avatarhood, brought out the greater truths about death and consciousness through his satsangs on Bhagavad Gita. Swamiji rejuvenated the audience in the Malibu Temple in Los Angeles and deepened their insight and seeking with his simply yet charismatic explanations of the truths Bhagavan Sri Krishna reveals about death and consciousness in the Bhagavad Gita. In all of the Paramashivoham programs, Bhagavan alleviates the fear of death of the participants through the intense process of the death meditation. Millions are able to consciously go through the death process with the surgeon-like precision and grace of Bhagavan's compassionate presence. Swamiji is removing the bondages of karma and helping thousands of people have a completely new life after conquering death. The most ancient ritual in Hinduism is the Maheshwara Puja, where the feeding of sannyasis is done for a direct representation of Paramashiva. This puja is being revived by His Divine Holiness Swamiji. In Maheshwara Puja, for those who have lost their loved ones, Bhagavan teaches about the ultimate truths on death and consciousness by reciting and imbibing the truths Bhagavan Shri Krishna reveals in the Purushottama Yoga of Bhagavad Gita. Finally, Bhagavan embodies the Brahma Kapala, Vishnupada and the Kala Bhairava Vapuswarupa and liberates all the departed souls for whom Ameshwara Puja was offered. And finally, through the Divya Sharira project, Bhagavan is giving all souls the opportunity to finally merge with the space of Sri Kailasa, achieving the ultimate space of moksha, salvation. Paramashiva gives a very unique and powerful boon in Agamas, which states that after you leave the body, if an energized Shivalinga is installed on your body, which is buried, or on the ashes of your body, that is burnt or cremated, one will achieve the space of Kailasa. Just as Paramashiva, as the Yamantakar incarnation, conquered death and made death redundant to his devotee Markandeya, His Divine Holiness Swamiji is removing the fear of death from millions and giving them the right understanding based off Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the powerful experiences Bhagavan has experienced in his life about the conquering of death. Let us now offer our gratitude and worship to His Divine Holiness Swamiji's deity here in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devasthanam in Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetam, gracing in the Yamantakar Leela along with Ananda Ganapati and Valli Devasena Sameta Shri Subramanya Swami. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunaраhitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Durbantam Durvatamiyo Osman Durvaditam Durvayam Vayam Durvamasvam Devanam Jidasmitamam Bhaktatamam Dustatamam Bandhitamam Devabhutamam Ahritamam Abhirkanam Divam Asvamatva Mitrasatva Tastashape Shirmabhirmatam Diktamatva Idam Sidam Shri Sarvadeva Devi Surupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namah Ananda Ganapataye Namah Valli Devasena Sameta Shri Subramanya Swamine Namah Upamagrapayami Om Uddhijitya Svajata Vedavadyam Nirjimama Vatuhushyamadyama Vahajivanam Pratisodisha Manohitam Srijata Vedogamasvam Purusham Jagat Abhidradatnagahit Sriyama Paripataya Shri Sarvadeva Devi Surupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namah Ananda Ganapataye Namah Shri Valli Devasena Sameta Shri Subramanya Swamine Namah Deepam Darshayami. Madhuvataripayate madhuksharanti sindavah madhvirasindojiti madhunattamuttoshiti madhumatpatti vadamraja madhukyorastunapita madhumanno vanaspatir madhuvagummastu suryah madhvirgavo bhavantunah madhu 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 Shri Sarvadeva Devi Surupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namah Shri Ananda Ganapataye Namah Shri Valli Devasena Sameta Shri Subramanya Swamine Namah Naivedyam Nivedayami भवन्ति य एतावन्तो वेदेवानागुं सवाः स एवास्मै भवान् प्रयच्छन्ति तयेन पुनः सुवन्ते राज्याय देवसुराजा भवति न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकं नेमा विद्युतो भान्ति सुखोऽयमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भाषा सर्वमिदं विभाति श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। श्री आनंद गणपतये नमः। श्री वल्ली देवसेना समेत श्री सुब्रह्मण्य स्वामिने नमः। नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि। Today, the Mahamrityunjaya mantra Samputita Nithyananda Homa is a grand fire ritual in which the Mahamrityunjaya mantra and the Guru mantra are amalgamated and used for offering the ahutis, oblations into the Shivagni. The mantra goes, Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukavivabandhanat Mrityormukshi Yamamritat Om Him Nityanandaya Namaha Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukavivabandhanat Mrityormukshi Yamamritat. This method of amalgamating is known as Samputikarana, where two mantras, making both mantras fortified by each other. In this Mahamrityunjaya Nithyananda Homa, the Guru mantra is amalgamated by two Mahamrityunjaya mantras on either side. This makes the grand ritual, the fire ritual, extremely powerful. Through the power of the Mahamrityunjaya mantra, Mahamrityunjaya, the Lord and the presiding deity of which is the Lord Sri Yamantakar Murti, combined with the power of our Guru mantra, the blessings for healing of diseases, longevity, and the manifestation of optimum health manifest in one's life. We now request the blessings with our Sakshat Dandavant Pranams, the blessings of Bhagavan, for conducting and offering the Visheshadravya Homam and the Puranahati Homam. Manubhati sarvam tasya bhaja sarvamidam vipati. गिरिजाश्रावदामसि यथा न सर्वमित्यगयत्महं सुमनासते अद्यवो जगद्भक्ता नरतमोरेभ्यो विदते अनिगच्छ सर्वान् ब्रह्मयं सर्वाश्रयातु धान्या अतो
रुद्राय तथाविने क्षेत्राणां पतये नमो नमः सूताय नमो नमो पतये वृक्षाणां पतये नमो नमः भुवंसये वारिवंसताय उच्चैर्कौशाय नन्दयते पद्मीनां पतये नमो नमः कृष्णाय भवते सत्मनां पतये नमः नमस्सहमानाय निव्यादिनः यादिनीनां पतये नमो नमः गङ्गाजनिरङ्गिणे सेनानां पतये नमो नमः ईशङ्गिन इषुरिमते तस्कराणां पतये नमो नमः पञ्चते परिपञ्चते आयूनां पतये नमो नमो निषेरवे परिचरायारण्यानां पतये नमो नमः त्रिकाविद्योजिकाकुं सद्योमुष्णतां पतये नमो नमः श्रीमद्यो नक्तञ्जरस्य प्रकृन्तानां पतये नमो नमः ईशिने गिरिधराय कुकुञ्जानां पतये नमो नमः ईशोदन्भाविभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आतन्वानेभ्यः प्रतिदधानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आयच्छद्यो वृषजभ्यश्च वो नमो नमोऽस्यद्यो विश्वभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आदीनेभ्यश्च यानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वपभ्यो जाग्रद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्तिष्ठभ्यो धावद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो अश्वेभ्यो असमतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय च पशुपतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च शिशिगन्धाय च नमः सभर्जिने च युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च शतधन्वने च नमो गिरिशाय च शिविष्ठाय च नमो नीमुष्टवाय चेषुमते च नमो ह्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीय च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृध्वने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नमः वाचवे चाजिराय च नमः शीघ्र्याय च सीभ्याय च नमः ऊर्जाय च वस्वन्याय च नमः श्रोतस्याय च द्वीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो जगन्याय च भुग्नियाय च नमः सोऽभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः पुर्वर्याय च कल्याय च नमः श्लोक्याय च वसान्याय च नमो वन्द्याय च दक्षाय च नमः श्रवाय प्रतिश्रवाय आपुष्य चातुरथाय च नमः सूराय च वक्तते च नमो वर्मिने च वरुदिने च नमो गिर्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो कृष्णवे च प्रमृषाय च नमो भूताय च रहिताय च नमो निशङ्किने चेषुधिमते च नमः शीघ्रे च युधिने च नमः स्वायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमः रुद्राय च पद्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीत्याय च नमः सूर्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाट्याय च वैजन्ताय च नमः भूप्याय च प्याय च नमो वर्षाय च वर्षाय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईत्र्याय च दभ्याय च नमो वाद्याय च रेष्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ॐ नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय नमः साम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शङ्खाय च पशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमः नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् ॐ ह्रीं नित्यानन्दाय षट् ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् ऊर्वारुकविवबन्धनान् नृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् ॐ भूस्वाहा ॐ सुवस्वाहा ॐ भूर्भुवस्सुव स्वाहा पूर्वे ॐ हां ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा पश्चिमे ॐ हां विष्णवे स्वाहा दक्षिणे ॐ हां रुद्राय स्वाहा उत्तरे ॐ हां अनन्ताय स्वाहा विद्महे लालीलाय धीमहि तन्नो अग्निः प्रचोदयात् ॐ श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः तत्र नीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि यज्ञमयजन्त देवाः तानि धर्माणि प्रथमान्यासन् देहनाकं महिमानस्रजन्ते यत्र पूर्वे साध्या सन्ति देवाः हजीवनं चितिशोदश मानोहिकं सीर्यातवेदो कामस्वं पुरुषं जगदे अभिप्रदग्नाकी श्रियामः परिपालय श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। दीपं दर्शयामि ओं पं अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। अमृतमाने वेद्यं निवेदयामि वेदनानन्तरम् आचमनीयं समर्पयामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। ॐ सहस्रशीर्षा पुरुषः सहस्राक्षः सहस्रपाद प्रभूमिं विश्वतो वृत्वा अत्यतिष्ठदशाङ्गुलं पुरुष ये वेदगुं सर्वं यद्भूतं यच्च भव्यं भूतामृतत्वस्येषानः यदन्येनाधिरोहति एतावानस्य महिमा अतोऽध्यायगश्च पुरुषः। यो राजा संराज्यो वासो मेन यजते देवसुवामेतानि हवीगुंसि भवन्ति य एतावन्तो वे देवानागुं सवाः तमेवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति अयेन पुनः सुवन्ते राज्याय देवसुराजा भवते। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Karpooranirajanam sandarshayami, rakshandharayami.
Nithyanandam, Kailasa Los Angeles and Kailasa Seattle offers our humble respects and pranams at the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam. We express our deepest gratitude to His Divine Holiness for giving us this opportunity to be part of the Nithyanandotsavam and Nithyananda Jayanti celebrations. Today, Kailasa Los Angeles and Kailasa Seattle will be presenting and offering Darbar to His Divine Holiness. Through this Darbar, we want to offer our celebration to His Divine Holiness for happening in all our lives. Swamiji says, Hinduism is nothing but celebration. Hinduism teaches one how to celebrate life in the most fulfilled way. While there are thousands of reasons to celebrate life, we are here today to celebrate life in the best possible way, the one that you celebrate in the presence of your Guru. In our case, it makes it even more special because we are here to celebrate both Guru and Paramashiva in one form. Come, let us now get started with the celebration. Our theme for today's celebration is Smaranat Mukti, the right remembrance liberates. His Divine Holiness is Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa, the embodiment of all the gods and goddesses. Celebrating and remembering all the gods and goddesses in the form of a Guru is the ultimate way of connecting and experiencing oneness with the Divine. Let us get started with invoking and remembering Ganesha, the Lord of Mooladhara Chakra, embodiment of love, compassion, and celebration itself, in the form of His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam. I now invite Ma Mother to offer this at the lotus feet of His Divine Holiness.
गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं 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 भजामि सततं सूरेश्वरं गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं भजामि सततं सूरेश्वरं गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं गजाननयुतं भजामि सततं गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं गजेन्द्र पूजित विघ्नेश्वरं गजेन्द्र पूजित विघ्नेश्वरं गणादिसन्नुत पद पद्मकरं गणादिसन्नुत पद पद्मकरं कुञ्जरभञ्जन चतुरधरकरं कुञ्जरभञ्जन चतुरधरकरं कुञ्जरभञ्जन चतुरधरकरं कुञ्जरभञ्जन चतुरधरकरं गुरुगुहाग्रजं प्रणवाकारं गजाननयुतं भजामि सततं कुञ्जरभञ्जन चतुरधरकरं गुरुगुहाग्रजं प्रणवाकारं गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं भजामि सततं सूरेश्वरं गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं
Dance is a very core component of celebration in Hinduism. Paramashiva created this entire universe about 120 trillion years ago just with his dance, the Ananda Tandava, in the form of Nataraja Raja. His divine holiness has personally carved the deity of Nataraja in Kailasa, Seattle, who is also the largest Nataraja in North America. We offer this seva by remembering Nataraja in the form of his divine holiness. I now invite Ma Madhura to offer this seva at the lotus feet of his divine holiness.
திருமதியிளமதியொளி பள்ளீர் பள்ளீரல திருவடி திலம்புகள் கலீர் கலீரல திருமுடியிளமதியொளி 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 பள்ளீர் பள்ளீர திமிதகதரி கிழக்கு என திருமால் மதளமதிர திமிதகதரி கிழக்கு என திருமால் மதளமதிர காமி மன்னாரல் திருச்சி பலத்தரிலே சிவகாமி மன்னாரல் திருச்சி பலத்தரிலே குள்ளகையோடிரது பாதம் ஆடும் நகராஜடி பணியாய இடது பாதம் தூக்கி ஆடும் நகராஜடி பணியாய இடது பாதம் தூக்கி ஆடும்
Next is the offering of kirtans, celebrating and remembering the divine by singing their praise. One can achieve enlightenment just by singing about the divine, as it puts both the singer and the listener into the space of ultimate unclutching. We offer this seva to Devi Parashakti, the mother energy, by singing and celebrating her compassionate qualities and for taking care of all of us in the form of His divine holiness. I now invite Ma Swati to offer this seva at the lotus feet of His divine holiness.
Nithyanandam. Sri Shankari Himagiri Varatanaye Sri Shati Nutapade Sri Shankari Himagiri Varatanaye Sri Shati Nutapade Patapa Magama Pamagari Sari Gari Sa Nidani Sa Nisari Gama Patapa Magama Pamagari Sari Gari Sa Nidani Sa Nisari Gama Patapa Dani Padani Sa Nidani Sari Gari Sa Nidani Risanida Pamavadani Sri Shankari Himagiri Varatanaye श्रीशादिनुतपदे पङ्कजाक्षि परतत्त्ववेदि परदेवि पापशमनी परमशिवे पङ्कजाक्षि परतत्त्ववेदि परदेवि पापशमनी परमशिवे सङ्कटहरि सरसिजाक्षि सुरनुत वरङ्घ्रियुग पुराणनुत मदवति श्रीशङ्करि हिमगिरिवरतनये श्रीशातिनुतपदे गगरि गारि गमपगारि गमपद निरमगारि करि सगारि सनि सरि गगरि पमप गगरि निधनि तसनि रिस गगरि सनि दरि सनि दपदनि श्रीशङ्करि हिमगिरिवर तनये श्रीशातिनुतपदे असुरहारि सुरविहारि हरिहर विनोद शौरि जननि गौरि सुखकरि शशि सममुखि पशुपति सखि शरणु शरणु त्रिपुर सुन्दरि सुरेन्द्रनुतपदे श्रीशङ्करि हिमगिरिवर तनये श्रीशातिनुतपदे श्रीशङ्करि हिमगिरिवर तनये
Next is the celebration of Paramashiva, the one who resides in Chidambaram as Thillai Nataraja. Just the utterance of the word Thillai liberates one from birth and death cycles and relieves one from all sins. Remembering and celebrating his divine holiness as Nataraja Raja, and we now offer this at the lotus feet of his divine holiness.
தில்லைத்தலம் என்று சொல்லத் தொடங்கினாள் தில்லைத்தலம் என்று சொல்லத் தொடங்கினாள் தில்லைத்தலம் என்று சொல்லத் தொடங்கினாள் இல்லை பிறவி இனியும் பாவமும் தில்லைத்தலம் என்று சொல்லத் தொடங்கினாள் இல்லை பிறவி இனியும் பாவமும் தில்லைத்தலம் என்று சொல்லத் தொடங்கினாள் சொல்லத்தகும் இதுவே சிவலோகம் சொல்லத்தகும் இதுவே சிவலோகம் சொல்லத்தகும் இதுவே சிவலோகம் எல்லத்தனையரும் மோகன் எல்லத்தனையரும் மோகன் தில்லைத்தலம் என்று சொல்லத் தொடங்கினாள் இல்லை பிறவி இனியும் பாவமும் தில்லைத்தலம் என்று சொல்லத் தொடங்கினாள் ஆகம வேத புராணங்கள் சாஸ்திரம் ஆகம வேத புராணங்கள் சாஸ்திரம் அரும் தவம் புரிவார்க்கு அருளிய பாத்திரம் ஆகம வேத புராணங்கள் சாஸ்திரம் அரும் தவம் புரிவார்க்கு அருளிய பாத்திரம் ஆலயமாயிர தேட்டினில் நேத்திரம் ஆலயமாயிர தேட்டினில் நேத்திரம் ஆலயமாயிர தேட்டினில் நேத்திரம் ஆனந்த தாண்டவம் ஆடிய கேத்திரம் இல்லை தலம் ஆனந்த தாண்டவம் ஆடிய கேத்திரம்